Two point two three hundred two point. Yes.
Check. Hello. Hello. Check. Check. हेलो। नहीं आ रही ना मेरी आवाज?
Follow two point three. अभी आएंगे ही follow two point. Follow two point three. Follow two point. Follow two point three. Follow two point three. Follow two point. Follow two point. This thumbs up if you have. Casa Night. The street comes out of here.
two.
Because this draft amendment was submitted.
It was, the Argentina was asking for the floor, so they will ask for the floor when it comes to the
Okay.
to Serbian
So
House.
I'm not part of my delegation, right? Because I'm the chair. So you just go there and you can talk to them.
You know why I wanted to talk to you?
Because you
just
want to
to
say
close
hello.
up to meet. But you know what?
Yes, the issue is being solved regarding yours. But it applies for the still get it.
I'm sorry, just until we finish talking with our life. They will ask for everyone is going to ask for support. You are so much we don't want to last for long.
Okay.
That's why I want to.
And of course, you have the director of WXC, and he's named Lazar. After Saint Lazar,
Test, ok.
Lazar from 1398. The back of the crossover.
Je me suis, j'ai la main.
Tu vas bien?
Bah,
Donc à Isaac Prince, on n'a pas parlé au bureau.
c'est ça. Tu vois,
Please take your seats. It's 10 a.m.
là maintenant,
Non, pas maintenant.
pour le septembre,
La fin. C'est avant moi dans 50 minutes.
il y a quand même un fait général. Là,
Donc, ça va être
quand même un peu. Donc, à mon avis, on n'y arrive pas ce matin.
Ils nous préparent
Donc, à midi, on peut se préparer un peu.
Ils nous disent, comme vous savez,
Et
ça
le
s'est pas
même
duré.
truc que
Oui, oui, c'est bon, il marche, il marche.
On peut parler de là.
Oui, on l'avait déjà
On peut parler de là.
Please, may I request you to please take your seats? It's already past 10 a.m. and this is the second announcement I'm making.
C'est moi qui commence.
How are you today?
Excellencies and dear colleagues, welcome back. I hope you all had a good rest yesterday. I wish you all a very good morning. Dear colleagues, before we move with the adoption of our agenda, I would like to inform you of the outcomes of the second meeting of the Bureau. First of all, I would like to inform the members of the committee that during this morning's Bureau meeting, the Assistant Director General for Culture, Mr. Ernesto Otone, announced that a solution could be found on a matter of concern for some state parties regarding the presence of certain location maps in 3 nomination dossiers for consideration by the committee at the present session. Following this positive development, the Bureau recommends that the Secretariat publish on the WHC website a modified version of the 3 nomination dossiers concerned without the contentious maps. I should point out that the advisory bodies have confirmed that this modification does not affect their evaluation of the corresponding nominations. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Otone for his able mediation as well as the interested state parties for their spirit of compromise and consensus. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, we are now moving to discuss a very important matter, capacity building. Indeed, capacity building is of paramount importance for the effective implementation of the World Heritage Convention, especially in the SIDS, Small Island Developing States, and African countries, as evidenced throughout our open-ended working group recent discussions. Through capacity building, state parties can develop the necessary skills, knowledge, and institutional frameworks to identify, nominate, and preserve their cultural and natural heritage effectively. Enhanced capacity ensures that local stakeholders are equipped to address conservation issues, engage in sustainable practices, and promote community involvement in heritage protection. Ultimately, this fosters a more resilient and sustainable approach to heritage management. As per Decision 45-6 adopted at the last session of the World Heritage Committee in 2023 in Riyadh, it was decided that capacity building activities be reported to the committee under two separate sub-items this year. A first item 6A related to World Heritage related capacity building activities and follow-up to the World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy. And a second item 6B on the activities concerning the implementation of the World Heritage Convention by the World Heritage related Category 2 centers. Dear colleagues, for the item 6A concerning World Heritage related capacity building activities and follow-up to the World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy, the presentation will be made by both the Director of the World Heritage Center, Mr. Ilendo Asomo, and ICROM. Allow me to give the floor to Mr. Ilendo Asomo. Mr. Director, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and good morning to everyone. Distinguished members of the World Heritage Committee, dear delegates, you will recall that in Decision 45-6, the World Heritage Committee requested the World Heritage Center and ICROM to submit a progress report on the World Heritage-related capacity building activities and the revision of the World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy for examination at this present session. The substantive progress report that you receive with the first dispatch of documents, which is document 46.com/6A, covers progress from July 2023 to June 2024 and highlights key achievements and areas for improvement in capacity building efforts for World Heritage conservation. Next. As you know, the World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy was established in 2011 and provides a framework for collaborative efforts between the World Heritage Center, ICROM, IUCN, ICOMOS, the Category 2 centers and institutes under the auspices of UNESCO, and all World Heritage stakeholders at all levels. Its goals is to enhance the capacity of state parties to preserve and manage their heritage properties while maintaining a balanced World Heritage list. Next. Since July 2023, a variety of initiatives have been conducted in the framework of the strategy. While we do not have the time in this plenary session to go through all these initiatives, I just want to encourage you to visit the World Heritage Center's dedicated webpage, which offers detailed descriptions of our capacity building efforts, useful resources, and best practices for capacity building. You can see also the webpage displayed on the screen here, but you could also visit the web pages of our partners and from the advisory bodies. Next, a substantive part of the report submitted to the committee discusses regional and thematic capacity building initiatives. In Asia and the Pacific, efforts included workshops on disaster risk reduction, impact assessment, and partnership to stimulate innovation and cooperation for World Heritage properties. In Latin America and the Caribbean, activities encompassed sustainable tourism management and conservation, including the development of an updated management plan for the Maya sites of Copan in Honduras. Next, in Europe and North America, initiatives addressed the renewable energy transition, disaster risk reduction and emergency preparedness, and enhancing GIS skills. Aligned with Priority Africa, many capacity building efforts have enabled continuous enhancements of capacities for heritage management, conservation, and development. Next. Activities in the Arab states focused on developing desired state of conservation for removal from the list of World Heritage endangered plants, heritage impact assessment, and the sustainable development policies. The World Heritage Center enhanced capacities for resilience and climate adaptation while addressing the avian influenza epidemic affecting natural World Heritage sites. Next. The Small Island Development States Program, which we call the SEEDS program, participated in strengthening capacities in the Pacific, providing guidance for the development of and submission of tentative lists and credibility of nomination dossiers. The World Heritage Cities program promoted the historic urban landscape recommendation by notably publishing the Historic Urban Heritage Atlas. While, next, the World Heritage Marine Program provided capacity building for marine heritage management, including organizing the 5th World Heritage Marine Managers Conference. Finally, the World Heritage Education Program continued its support towards heritage education by engaging in the update of the World Heritage in Young Hands kit and adapting it for interactive digital technology. The report concludes with a summary of progress made towards the revision of the strategy. The evaluation of the first decade of implementation of the World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy, which was made possible thanks to the financial support from Saudi Arabia, was examined by the committee last year in Riyadh, as you remember. As you also remember, the evaluation highlighted the need for a more coordinated approach, enhanced targeting of specific groups, and a dedicated budget for capacity building activities. The full evaluation and the summary video by the evaluators are available on the World Heritage Center's website should you wish to go through it. Next. Following this evaluation, the committee requested that an updated World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy be developed for 2025-2035 by the World Heritage Center and ICROM in cooperation with IUCN and ICOMOS. The World Heritage Center and ICROM have initiated a work plan towards a revised World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy for the 10 years decade 2025-2035. This plan includes reviewing evaluation outcomes, incorporating results from a regional framework action plan, and developing data collection systems for future monitoring and evaluation. And this work is now ongoing, and it is hoped that the new strategy be presented for review at the 47th session if funding allow. Allow me to highlight that to date, no dedicated resources have been made available for this exercise, Mr. Chairperson, which is currently supported by the limited amount of funding made available for all capacity building opportunities under the World Heritage Fund. So I take this opportunity again to call to all committee members and all state parties to support the development of this strategy, which I think you consider very important, but we don't have the resource at this stage, and I wanted to bring it to your attention. To conclude, Mr. Chairperson, the World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy has made significant strides in strengthening the capacity of World Heritage practitioners and stakeholders. However, there is still much to do, especially in securing, as I said, sustainable funding and enhancing coordination effort, knowing that capacity building is your priority. We look forward to ongoing collaboration and support from all state parties and partners to achieve our shared goals in heritage conservation and sustainable development. And all what I've said is, of course, reflected in the draft decision, which can be found, of course, in the corresponding document in English and French. Thank you for your attention, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I will now give the floor to the representative of ICROM. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to carry on with briefing the committee about the results of the World Heritage Leadership Programme that brings nature and culture together as a capacity building program jointly delivered by ICROM and IUCN in collaboration with ICOMOS and UNESCO World Heritage Centre. The program works on producing resource manuals that is jointly developed by the four institutions that forms the curriculum content for course, workshops, fora, activities, and the structure for any technical assistance requested. The foundation course, called World Heritage Management, People, Nature, Culture, is provided to individual practitioners and site managers, both in online and in-person modalities. Case studies on nature culture management practices are collected directly from site managers that are uploaded and shared through the Panorama platform. The Enhancing Our Heritage Toolkit 2.0 is a flexible toolkit that can be used by site management institutions and teams so that they can conduct an evaluation of their current management status. Facilitation and technical assistance can be provided from the advisory bodies to go through the assessment process that can lead to the preparation or revisions of World Heritage Management plans. There are regular courses on World Heritage Impact Assessment, not just for heritage practitioners, but for urban planners and developers as well. These courses can be tailor-made with both national and international scopes. Disaster risk management courses are also highly requested, and technical assistance can be designed for sites to prepare adequate disaster risk management plans. In collaboration with UNESCO, ICOMOS, USA, and the European Commission, ICROM is also providing capacity building for Ukraine. The program facilitates the formulation of learning networks on different thematic issues such as participatory approaches and linking research with practice through the Heritage Place Lab. The ongoing World Heritage Site Managers Forum has become an important mechanism to foster the exchange between World Heritage Site Managers and their site management institutions. Selected participants from these activities are invited to go through training of trainers courses so that they, in turn, can become resource people for the advisory bodies and the overall system, performing diverse functions such as going on missions and teaching on courses. We are very grateful for the generous contribution of the government of Norway that enables the day-to-day operation of the program for the past 8 years, and the Government of Australia for supporting the Climate Action Toolkit development. We also thank the Republic of Korea for the continued provision of management and impact assessment courses so that they can be provided to site managers on a regular basis. A scholarship fund has recently been provided by the Government of Ireland to support African and SIDS professionals to participate in capacity building activities. And the Italian government has also committed to support capacity building to World Heritage professionals in Africa to nurture impact assessment professionals. Translations of resource manuals are fully dependent on the initiatives of partner organizations such as C2Cs and states parties. The program is in full collaboration with the UNESCO Category 2 centers across the different regions, which enables us to reach the wider networks of sites and people, being able to provide the courses in different languages. In the calendar year of 2023, the program has implemented a total of 25 activities, where 618 participants from 113 countries took part. This only accommodates half of the applications or requests received due to the limited resources coming into capacity building. Geographic and thematic representation of resource people and case studies are also carefully considered when courses are being delivered. As capacity building is delivered by many actors involved in the convention, ECROM works to provide the structured content and adaptable modalities to be able to maintain the quality of such activities. For the capacity building strategy revision, as the director has already informed, we have utilized the limited budget available under the World Heritage Fund to begin the implementation of a work plan. We are currently compiling the data of the most frequently reported factors identified through the State of Conservation Reports process over the last decade, and triangulating that data set from the third periodic reporting cycle with the needs reported by the national focal points against those needs that have also been prioritized by site managers on the ground, so that we can establish a clear needs-based strategy coming from different perspectives. The data collected will facilitate in drafting a theory of change structured around priority issues, target audiences, program actions, outline the deliverables, impacts, and possible monitoring indicators for the revised capacity building strategy. ECROM also emphasized the need for states parties to support this important work and for continued delivery of activities that will directly strengthen our common responsibility to protect our shared heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dear committee members, I would like to know if you have any comments or observations on this subject. Any other member state would like to raise their plate? I see. So I'll give the floor to Belgium, followed by the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. We would like to commend the advisory bodies and the Centre for their investment in capacity building and congratulate and thank state parties and other stakeholders to also support this crucial activity. But in relation to capacity building, Belgium would also like to raise two additional points that we feel constitute the very basis of capacity building and where a lot of improvement we feel is still possible. The first is dialogue. Dialogue between a state party or World Heritage property on the one hand and the advisory bodies and the centre on the other. This dialogue in practice is still far too limited, probably for different reasons. A lack of capacity, fear that it will impact procedures. But as we feel this is so crucial, it constitutes the very beginning of capacity building, through dialogue, the availability to talk to each other. We think improving this, working on a real dialogue, could make a huge difference. The second point we would like to raise is the one dealing with sharing experiences. Yesterday we discussed the reports of the Centre and the advisory bodies, and we all heard and read that an enormous amount of activities take place on a daily basis. But the impact of these is generally quite limited. It's a training session for a sub-region. It's a workshop for a specific property. But when I was reading the reports under item 5, I thought to myself quite a lot of times, this seems so interesting. I would have liked to know the results of this thing, or I need to find more about this. So, Chair, I would like to call upon the World Heritage Centre and the advisory bodies to think about ways to share the outcomes of these training sessions, these workshops, more widely, more efficiently. So not just putting them on the website as a news item. I must admit, I don't go to the website daily. I don't look at the news items every day. So not just making them available, but also thinking about ways to inform the target audience, focal points, site managers, academics, in the right way of the results that are being made available. Thank you.
Thank you. The Republic of Korea, followed by India.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning. The government of the Republic of Korea appreciates the World Heritage Center, advisory bodies, and other partners for their unwavering commitment to enhancing the World Heritage capacities of the state parties to the Convention over the past decades. Through its support for the World Heritage Leadership Program and diverse capacity building programs across the Asia-Pacific region, the Republic of Korea has contributed to the implementation of the 2011 World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy. The third cycle of periodic reporting for the Asia-Pacific region was presented at the 45th World Heritage Committee in Riyadh. 44 state parties actively participated throughout the project, setting an exemplary precedent for capacity building initiatives. It is with great pleasure that the Republic of Korea once again has the opportunity to contribute to the appropriation workshop of the Regional Framework Action Plan, which has been developed based on the outcomes of the third cycle of periodic reports. The government of the Republic of Korea hopes that this workshop, conducted in collaboration with the UNESCO regional offices, will facilitate the effective implementation of the Framework Action Plan in the region. Going forward, we will continue to actively engage in World Heritage-related capacity building projects, extending the scope to encompass more African and seas countries. Thank you.
India, you have the floor, followed by Zambia.
Good morning to everyone, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving India the floor. At the outset, we would like to thank the Director of World Heritage Center and ICROM for their exhaustive presentation and congratulate them for the excellent work that they are doing for the capacity building. India commends the progress made by the UNESCO World Heritage Center, the advisory bodies, and everyone in ensuring the implementation of the capacity building strategy. We also welcome the new strategy 2025-35 that focuses on reviewing the evaluation outcomes, incorporating results from the Regional Framework Action Plan and the data collection system for future monitoring. We believe that this is a vital aspect for strengthening the implementation of the World Heritage Convention and also plays a critical role in supporting the 5 Cs objectives. The efforts have significantly strengthened the regional thematic and thematic capacity building initiatives, enhancing heritage conservation worldwide. The proposed revision of the strategy may further strengthen these efforts in the decade to come, ensuring that the strategy remains robust and relevant. We appreciate the financial contributions offered by several states parties. Their support has been integral in advancing the work of the capacity building strategy. It is through such collective commitment and contributions that we are able to ensure the continued success and stability of all the initiatives related to the implementation of the convention. However, as the presentation also indicated that the sustainability of funds is crucial for the continuation and the success of this program, which is sort of ongoing and continuing. This calls for a collective action as it is the collective responsibility. This was articulated yesterday as well during discussion, Mr. Chair, as you may recall. So we hope that the Secretariat works closely with the World Heritage Committee and all other states parties and advisory bodies in finding innovative solutions to get more funds. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Zambia, you have the floor, followed by Vietnam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving the State Part of Zambia an opportunity. Chairperson and distinguished delegates, we believe it's cardinal that the Category 2 centers, whose main mission is to contribute to the achievement of UNESCO objectives through the development of relevant capacity building programs for the benefit of professionals and communities of state parties, should benefit from a structured and permanent commitment on the part of state parties benefiting from Category 2 centers activities and programs, which I should add are activities and programs often designed with the participation of the directorates and institutions of these state parties. As the committee is already aware, the Category 2 centers receive support of varying levels from the host state parties. This support is highly commendable and deserves acknowledgement. In addition to the state parties that host CTC centers, there are others, such as Norway, who voluntarily provide a lot of support to the implementation of the World Heritage Convention. These state parties contribute to the work of CTC centers, even though they themselves do not host city centers. We commend them for the support they are providing and encourage them to continue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Zambia. Vietnam, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous aimerions tout d'abord remercier le secrétariat pour le rapport très riche en informations. Nous nous félicitons des progrès réalisés dans la mise en œuvre des stratégies et initiatives régionales et thématiques de renforcement des capacités de la période en examen, surtout en Afrique, pour assurer la représentativité, la crédibilité et la balance de la liste du patrimoine mondial et pour pouvoir faire face à de nombreux défis de nos temps, dont le changement climatique, la perte de la biodiversité, le renforcement des capacités est plus important que jamais. Nous souhaitons saisir cette occasion pour remercier de différents pays pour leur soutien aux activités de renforcement des capacités en matière de patrimoine mondial dans le monde entier, y compris dans la région Asie-Pacifique, plus concrètement au Vietnam, en Chine, au Pakistan, au Sri Lanka, au Népal, en Thaïlande et d'autres pays. À cet égard, nous apprécions le rôle important joué par des bureaux de l'UNESCO dans la région, dont celui à Hanoï, dans la mise en œuvre de ce plan d'action. Nous proposons que les actions de renforcement des capacités soient renforcées en Asie-Pacifique, surtout les actions d'innovation, d'évaluation des impacts, du renforcement de la synergie entre le patrimoine matériel, immatériel et les industries créatives, ainsi que les actions relatives au changement climatique et des risques liés aux catastrophes, étant donné que de nombreux pays de la région sont extrêmement vulnérables au changement climatique. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Vietnam. Now that the committee members have spoken, I'll ask the director to read the list of the observer state parties.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. The following observers have been allowed to take the floor in this order. First Switzerland, followed by Armenia, and then Egypt, and then Colombia. And don't know if there is a state party we didn't see, please.
Right there. Is it Oman? Yes. Habibi, I can recognize you even from that distance.
And then Oman.
I give the floor to Switzerland, to be followed by Armenia.
Monsieur le Président, la Suisse aimerait vous remercier, vous et votre pays, de l'organisation de ce comité, ainsi que de l'accueil très professionnel et chaleureux. Les rapports du secrétariat et des organisations consultatives témoignent d'un engagement et d'une compétence élevée. Nos remerciements vont donc aussi au secrétariat et aux organisations consultatives. Sans eux, la Convention ne pourrait pas être mise en œuvre par les États parties. J'aimerais tout d'abord vous annoncer ici que la Suisse est candidate au Comité du patrimoine mondial pour 2025. Mon pays souhaite pouvoir contribuer encore mieux au bon fonctionnement de la Convention. Dans ce sens, nous vous remercions pour votre soutien. Il y a 3 points sur lesquels j'aimerais maintenant revenir. 1. L'importance de l'expertise scientifique indépendante, le renforcement des capacités, le financement. La Suisse a souvent souligné que les prises de décision du comité doivent être guidées par des analyses objectives et scientifiques. Les défis actuels et futurs que rencontre la conservation nécessitent une expertise encore plus pointue, plus transversale et multisectorielle. Son rôle et son poids doivent être renforcés. Nous en avons besoin pour bien guider le système du patrimoine mondial. Le renforcement des capacités et le développement de pratiques innovantes restent dès lors une priorité absolue. La Suisse se félicite de la qualité des activités réalisées durant cette dernière année et des progrès ainsi accomplis. Je suis aussi heureuse de pouvoir annoncer que la Suisse va continuer à soutenir le renforcement des capacités avec une nouvelle contribution de 300 000 € afin de contribuer au nécessaire développement de ces activités dans toutes les régions. La Convention a toutefois un problème financier structurel. Le manque de moyens menace les activités et prestations indispensables à la bonne conservation des biens inscrits et ce problème s'aggrave. Il ne pourra pas être résolu seulement par des contributions volontaires. Pour remédier, nous devons mettre la priorité sur la conservation, sur le suivi et sur la gestion efficace des biens d'une valeur exceptionnelle et universelle. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. I request member states, state parties to please keep their intervention limited to the time allocated. Thank you. I now give the floor to Armenia, followed by Egypt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. We would like to thank the director of the World Heritage Center and ICROM for the presentation of World Heritage-related capacity building activities. We commend the progress made in implementing the World Heritage capacity building strategy. Mr. Chairman, we welcome the implementation of regional capacity building initiatives. In particular, we would like to mention the regional workshop on World Heritage in Pacific Island countries, strengthening capacities of Pacific member states with a focus to provide guidance on the development and submission of tentative lists, and the international course for site managers and experts for Caribbean seats. As co-chair of the group of friends of seats jointly created with Kuwait, Armenia encourages the redoubling of efforts to support the Secretariat in implementing the resource mobilization plan for seats. As a strong advocate for the priority Africa, we appreciate trainings and workshops organized in the Africa region, focusing on strengthening the capacities of states parties, effective management and conservation, developing nomination dossiers, removing properties from the list of World Heritage in danger, and addressing disaster risk reduction. Mr. Chair, we believe there's a general consensus as to the need to reduce the gap of representation of states parties on the World Heritage list and enhancing the balance of the list. If elected member of the committee, Armenia commits to actively support the global strategy to achieve a representative, balanced, and credible World Heritage List. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I give the floor to Egypt, followed by Colombia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Allow me at the outset to congratulate the Government of India on the successful hosting of the 46th session of the World Heritage Committee. Egypt commenced the capacity building activities organized by the World Heritage Center and ICCOM in collaboration with other advisory bodies, Category 2 centers, and relevant partners. We welcome the progress report covering the regional and thematic capacity building initiatives and programs implemented in different regions over the past year, notably the developing countries, which goes in line with the implementation of the strategy for the World Heritage in Africa as presented under the previous agenda item. In this regard, we appreciate the training workshop that took place in Egypt last December on strengthening World Heritage Site Management Planning. We commend the units of 4 Arab states and Africa in the World Heritage Center for their continuous cooperation and support. Finally, we extend our appreciation to the state parties that provided financial support and human resources to implement the capacity building strategy. And I thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. I give the floor to Colombia, followed by Oman.
Gracias, señor presidente. Desde Colombia queremos felicitar al Centro de Patrimonio Mundial y al ICROM por las actividades desarrolladas en torno a la creación de capacidades para abordar los desafíos y satisfacer las necesidades de los profesionales del patrimonio mundial, las instituciones y las comunidades. De igual forma, reconocemos los resultados de la evaluación independiente de 2023 de la Estrategia Mundial para el Patrimonio y las directrices de los evaluadores. No obstante, consideramos importante resaltar que una de las formas de divulgar y transmitir experiencias sobre instrumentos de protección de los sitios de patrimonio mundial es transmitir los conocimientos a través de los gestores locales de cada uno de los sitios inscritos en la lista de patrimonio mundial, pues son ellos quienes enfrentan las dificultades de gestión y prevención de riesgos. Asimismo, y tomando en consideración la existencia de diversos casos de éxito en el desarrollo de expedientes y planes de manejo de los sitios de patrimonio mundial, consideramos esencial que aquellos países subrepresentados o no representados en la lista de patrimonio mundial puedan acceder a las buenas prácticas de conservación y mejoramiento de capacidades a través de mecanismos de diálogo con los estados parte de la Convención que tienen más sitios inscritos en la referida lista. Por otra parte, reconocemos la importancia de la iniciativa Voluntarios del Patrimonio Mundial, en particular la actualización del kit El Patrimonio Mundial en Manos Jóvenes, por ser una herramienta de acceso abierto adaptada a la tecnología digital interactiva y al aprendizaje electrónico que facilita el acceso y la formación para preservar el patrimonio local, nacional y mundial. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. May I request that delegates please sit behind the nameplates of the country that you represent. Please do not sit behind the nameplate of a country you do not represent, unless of course you want to change your nationality. So please ensure that you're sitting behind the name and do not remove the nameplate of any member state, please. That authority is granted to no one because they are still a member of the United Nations and UNESCO. So please find a place either behind or you can sit somewhere, but do not sit behind the nameplate of a country that you do not represent. Thank you. I give the floor to Colombia.
Colombia just spoke.
Sorry, Oman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and let me start by thanking your country and yourself for the generosity and hospitality and for the excellent arrangement. I would like also to thank the Secretariat, the World Heritage Center, and the experts for the excellent work. We have seen a lot of development since Riyadh to New Delhi. I think this should be appreciated, since we have seen also yesterday the report for the activity and the program. And now we are also listening to the report about the capacity building. This is very crucial to thank the efforts made by the World Heritage Center. Oman encouraged the capacity building, and we have supported the program, and would like also to see the evaluation of these programs in order also to top up the program from Oman. I would like also to thank the World Heritage Center, the Heritage Center in Bahrain for the effort made. And we hope also this capacity building in the Bahrain Center to take more action. I thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other committee members or state parties that want to make any comments or observation? I see none. Let us proceed then. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just I have a question. First of all, I would like to thank the director of the center and ICRAM for their excellent report. And we note here in the report that insufficient funding, we don't have enough funding to revise the World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy, the new one. And there is a paragraph in the decision. Can we know from the center how much it costs, just to have an idea and to define a little bit how much we need, and to have maybe a call for the states parties to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I will ask the Secretariat and ICRAM to answer your questions. Secretary, Mr. Director, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and thank you to the distinguished delegates of St. Vincent for the question. Of course, you know, there is a minimum amount, and there is a sufficient amount, and all is also in relation with not only the preparation of the strategy, but also, you know, testing it. So it's an integral part. So I think for all state parties who are interested to work with or support us, we will be pleased, you know, to speak directly with you with some of these details. And I think ICRAM and the World Heritage Center, we have been working together to have it. I think what we are calling for is not to exhaust too much the current resources that we're having within the World Heritage Fund, and allow us to work sufficiently and to propose a strategy which is really important, including consultations that we will need to do with the different regions. So we can make a strategy on paper, and that will cost very little. But if we want something which is really, you know, realistic, which takes into account your priorities in the different regions, we need to include the consultations. And I don't have to give you figures, but you understand that I think since you are considering that this is a serious and important strategy, that's the reason now we call for your contributions. If you have $1, please give us. If you have $2, please give us. If you have $100 or 100,000, we'll be very happy, because that at least can bring together different experts and representatives from the same region to come together. So I can just give you an indication of what it means. But with the team, we are ready to give you all explanations should you wish. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would ICRAM like to take the floor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may just also add to what the Director has mentioned, the capacity building strategy, because we strive to work with sites and with states parties, identifying their needs and the existing capacities as well. There can be various different ways of being able to build up a strategy and also test out different data collection monitoring indicators as such. So this would very much depend on how much we want to go deep into to developing the strategy. Mr. Chair, if I may, I would just like to also thank the delegates for their comments, but also to Belgium that we remain available for dialogue for anything about capacity building, and we would very much welcome having fruitful discussions about it, and that we primarily work with Category 2 centers, those in Africa, in the Arab states, in Asia Pacific, Latin America, all over the world, where it is through them that we reach the sites, so it's very much integral to it. And we're very thankful to Switzerland for the contribution that has just been expressed to be coming into capacity building. And we would very much like to emphasize to states parties, to committee members, that site managers do need to be represented through these delegations so that the realities of the site management challenges can be reflected appropriately to the development of the capacity building strategy and also in their contribution to the state of conservation reports. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see that there are no more questions or comments. I therefore invite you, dear colleagues, to proceed with the adoption of draft decision 46-6A. But before we do so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments to the draft decision.
Merci et bonjour Monsieur le Président, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement concernant le point 6A.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. Do any members of the committee wish to make any observations or suggestions on the draft decision being displayed? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-6A adopted. Thank you very much. I therefore now declare agenda item 6A closed. Dear colleagues, we are now moving to the second part of the general item 6 related to capacity building. As I indicated earlier, this is the first we have such a standalone item in front of the committee. Indeed, during our last session in Riyadh, the committee was of the view that Category 2 centers as implementing partners of World Heritage capacity building activities be given the opportunity to present to the committee a progress report of all their activities in implementing the convention. Allow me to now give the floor to the Director of the World Heritage Center, Mr. Ilendao Asamo, who will briefly present this item before moving on to presentations by Category 2 Center representatives on their activities over the last year. Their presentation will be grouped by regions and delivered in 2 sets of 4 presentations. Committee members will have the opportunity to intervene after each set of presentations. Mr. Ilendao Asamo, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Chers membres du comité, je suis vraiment très honoré de vous présenter un nouvel élément de l'ordre du jour du comité consacré au centre de catégorie 2 placé sous l'égide de l'UNESCO, comme vous savez, qui joue un rôle essentiel dans la mise en œuvre de la Convention du patrimoine mondial. Et c'est la première fois que, comme l'a dit Monsieur le Président, que ces centres ont l'occasion de vous présenter leurs activités. Cela reflète bien leur rôle important dans le système du patrimoine mondial, qui a d'ailleurs été clairement souligné par tous nos États parties dans les différents plans d'action régionaux et même déjà dans les premières décisions que vous avez adoptées au cours déjà de cette session, où vous nous demandez de travailler en partenariat étroit avec ces centres de catégorie 2. Et d'ailleurs, les instituts de catégorie 2 qui sont placés sous l'égide de l'UNESCO forment un réseau mondial d'établissements d'excellence proposés par leurs États membres dans les domaines de compétences de l'organisation. Donc, les centres de catégorie 2 font partie intégrante de la stratégie globale pour les partenariats de notre organisation. Et fort de leurs compétences expertes, ces instituts et centres contribuent à la mise en œuvre de la mission et des programmes de l'UNESCO et aux différentes priorités globales et sectorielles de l'organisation. Ils apportent ce soutien par le biais d'une coopération scientifique et opérationnelle à l'échelle régionale et globale, contribuant à renforcer les capacités pour le patrimoine mondial, à transmettre les connaissances dans leur domaine de spécialité. Ces activités de transmission et de renforcement des capacités peuvent aussi aider les États dans le développement de politiques ciblées, notamment pour le patrimoine mondial. En lien avec la stratégie globale de 2019, les activités des centres de catégorie 2 doivent être organisées à l'échelle internationale ou régionale et contribuer au programme de développement mondial. Donc tous les centres de catégorie 2 doivent soumettre à l'UNESCO avant le 31 décembre de chaque année un rapport annuel sur leurs activités. Et depuis 2013, le Centre du patrimoine mondial a également invité les centres de catégorie 2 concernés à soumettre un rapport consacré à leurs activités organisées en vue de la mise en œuvre de la Convention du patrimoine mondial avant les réunions régulières du comité. Et ces rapports sont ensuite mis en ligne sur le site Internet du Centre du patrimoine mondial. À ce jour, Monsieur le Président, 8 centres de catégorie 2 liés au patrimoine mondial sont établis et sont opérationnels. Et je dirais même activement opérationnels. Et je voudrais les citer: le Fonds pour le patrimoine mondial africain, l'Institut de formation et de recherche sur le patrimoine mondial pour la région Asie-Pacifique, le Centre régional arabe pour le patrimoine mondial, l'Institut régional du patrimoine mondial de Zacatecas, le Centre régional de formation à la gestion du patrimoine mondial Lucio Costa, le Centre international sur les technologies spatiales au service du patrimoine naturel et culturel, le Centre de gestion et de formation sur le patrimoine mondial naturel pour la région Asie-Pacifique, le Centre régional sur l'évolution, l'adaptation et la dispersion humaine en Asie du Sud-Est et le Centre international pour l'interprétation et la mise en œuvre des sites du patrimoine mondial. Mesdames et Messieurs les membres du comité, j'ai également le plaisir de confirmer que le Centre régional sur l'évolution, l'adaptation et la dispersion humaine en Asie du Sud-Est a très récemment procédé à la signature de son accord et rejoint donc les rangs des centres liés au patrimoine mondial en activité, et ce centre régional est situé en Indonésie. Par ailleurs, je tiens à souligner que les centres de catégorie 2 liés au patrimoine mondial organisent régulièrement des réunions de coordination afin d'encourager la coopération internationale et de développer leur réseau. La 8e réunion de coordination a été organisée en juin 2023 à Sejong, en République de Corée, à l'invitation du centre WIPIC. À cette occasion, les centres de catégorie 2 ont adopté la déclaration de Sejong sur l'entente et la coopération entre les centres de catégorie 2 associés au patrimoine mondial de l'UNESCO. Et l'Institut régional du patrimoine mondial de Zacatecas au Mexique a proposé d'accueillir la 9e réunion de coordination en 2025. Pour conclure, Monsieur le Président, les centres de catégorie 2 sont vraiment des partenaires clés dans le système du patrimoine mondial, et leur rôle dans le renforcement des capacités doit non seulement être encouragé, mais doit surtout être soutenu. Et le projet de décision concernant ce point peut être consulté à la page correspondante des versions françaises et anglaises du document de travail. Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci au comité d'avoir permis que cette présentation vous soit faite directement.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I would now like to give the floor to the representatives of the following Category 2 centers for a 3-minute presentation each. As mentioned before, that they will be grouped by regions and delivered in 2 sets of 4 presentations. So the first set of 4 presentations will be the Regional Heritage Management Training Center, Lucio Costa, Regional World Heritage Institute in Zacatecas, African World Heritage Fund, and the Arab Regional Center for World Heritage. Committee members will have the opportunity to intervene after each set of presentations. The first set of presentation is going to be made. I'm going to give the floor for a brief 3-minute presentation to the Regional Heritage Management Training Center, Lucio Costa. You have the floor.
Good morning. My name is Claudia Leal. I'm currently Director of Lucio Costa Center, and on behalf of Lucio Costa Center, I would like to salute all authorities and delegates present here, to thank India for the hospitality, and to manifest the great honor to take the floor at this session. Lucio Costa Center is a Brazil-based regional center for management training of World Heritage under the auspices of UNESCO, and its competence region encompasses Spanish and Portuguese-speaking countries in South America, Africa, and Asia. Currently, we gather together 10 state parties: Argentina, Brazil, Cape Verde, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Mozambique, Paraguay, Peru, and Uruguay. New state parties are more than welcome, for the Center intends to gather and represent countries which share a common colonial past, as well as the understanding of the importance of cultural and natural diversity, and of the fundamental role of indigenous people, local and traditional communities for the heritage agenda worldwide, especially when regarding responses to climate change, sustainable development, cultural, environmental, and social rights, the struggle against poverty and famine, and the well-being and safety of people. Our activities tend to focus on enhancing capacity for the management of World Heritage sites in the competence region by means of researches and capacity-building activities on core subjects for the state parties, aligned with UNESCO and its advisory body's recommendations, World Heritage papers, and other key documents related to the 1972 Convention. The Center has also worked on making such debates available for Spanish and Portuguese-speaking site managers and heritage researchers, with translated documents and capacity buildings offered in such languages, which is a task reinforced by our dear counterpart in Zacatecas. With the new agenda and support from the present Brazilian Ministry of Culture, we have established with the new state parties a biennial action plan that encompasses workshops, courses, and seminars on risk management, impact assessment, tentative lists update, tourism at work heritage sites, and local government. Such activities are based on the efforts for the implementation of the World Heritage Convention in our competence region, the sharing of experiences and best practice for the Global South, the synergy of UNESCO conventions and programs for the preservation of cultural and natural diversity on the planet, and a wider representativeness of the Global South on the World Heritage List. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. I now give the floor for a brief 3-minute presentation to the Regional World Heritage Institute in Zacatecas.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenos días. A nombre del Instituto Regional del Patrimonio Mundial en Zacatecas, Centro Categoría 2, auspiciado por la UNESCO, agradezco al Centro del Patrimonio Mundial por su amable invitación para participar en esta sesión. Asimismo, al Gobierno de la India por su extraordinaria organización y gentil anfitrionía. Nuestro Centro Categoría 2, con sede en la ciudad de Zacatecas, México, fue creado para apoyar la mejor implementación de la Convención a través de la creación de capacidades en la región de México, América Central y el Caribe. Actualmente se encuentran adheridos a nuestro centro un total de 12 países: Costa Rica, Cuba, El Salvador, Granada, Guatemala, Haití, Honduras, Jamaica, Nicaragua, Panamá, República Dominicana y México, que albergan un total de 70 bienes inscritos en la lista. Para el cumplimiento de nuestro objetivo, en los últimos años hemos diseñado planes de trabajo sustentados en diversas misiones por países de la región que nos han permitido conocer las necesidades e intereses en torno a los sitios. Asimismo, a partir de las recomendaciones del Centro del Patrimonio Mundial y de los órganos consultivos de este comité, vinculándonos con ello a la estrategia de creación de capacidades para el patrimonio mundial y apoyar en temas prioritarios. Así, hemos promovido la gestión sostenible del patrimonio a través de nuestra colaboración con ICROM para la aplicación de la guía y caja de herramientas Mejorando Nuestra Herencia 2.0 y de la gestión de riesgos en torno al patrimonio, con actividades de capacitación para actuar ante catástrofes naturales y tráfico ilícito de bienes. Asimismo, establecimos un programa de capacitación dirigido a jóvenes para el uso de tecnologías y recursos digitales aplicados al patrimonio mundial. En estas actividades han participado más de 500 actores de 12 países de la región. Actualmente, impulsamos el desarrollo de capacidades en torno a evaluaciones de impacto al patrimonio, a partir de nuestra colaboración para la traducción al español de la guía y caja de herramientas y de la iniciativa Training of Trainers de ICROM. Asimismo, estamos impulsando actividades vinculadas al turismo sostenible y cambio climático, así como la implementación del Plan de Acción para el Patrimonio Mundial en América Latina y el Caribe, junto con el Centro Lúcio Costa de Brasil. Estos resultados han sido posibles por el apoyo de nuestro Consejo de Administración, conformado por 10 países de la región, especialmente del Gobierno de México, del Centro del Patrimonio Mundial, a través de la Unidad para América Latina y el Caribe, y de los órganos consultivos de este comité. Finalmente, nos complace informar que en 2025, nuestro Centro Categoría 2, México y la ciudad de Zacatecas, albergaremos la 9ª reunión anual de coordinación de centros Categoría 2, en la cual abordaremos seguramente como tema central la creación de capacidades como una actividad clave para la mejor implementación de la Convención. Gracias por su atención.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the African World Heritage Fund.
And I would like, on behalf of the Africa World Heritage Fund, to sincerely congratulate the government of India and to congratulate you on your chairmanship of this session. As many would know, the Africa World Heritage Fund was created in 2006, has a coordination mechanism to facilitate the implementation of the convention in Africa. And today, the Africa World Heritage Fund is primarily the entity that support the implementation of the convention in Africa through the implementation of the main planning and strategic instruments approved by UNESCO, such as the action plan of the third cycle periodic reporting, but also the operational strategy for Priority Africa. So in the reporting period, I would like to focus on 3 main areas. So the first, in terms of addressing the challenges of better representation in the Africa region, the fund has supported 18 African nomination dossiers, to which 5 are currently to be considered in this session, and 3 were submitted in February this year. To improve the state of conservation and help African state parties address the challenges identified during the analysis of enough of state of conservation reports, the fund has also partnered with ICOMOS on capacity building programs to strengthen capacities of African professionals, which then include the opportunity of those African experts to now go with e-commerce experts on field evaluation missions. Another area of contribution of the fund has been on conservation grants, which were awarded to 8 countries during the reporting period to address various conservation challenges, and also to young professionals undertaking postgraduate studies. Finally, I would like to also express our gratitude to the governments of South Africa, Norway, Rwanda, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Uganda, and Korea for their financial support to the African World Heritage Fund. Please join us in our side events on World Heritage Capacity Building in Africa tomorrow for lunchtime, World Heritage Interpretation after tomorrow, and on a joint capacity building on investing in heritage in the Africa and Arab regions to learn more about our activities and our partnership with the other C2Cs. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the Arab Regional Center for World Heritage.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to congratulate you at the outset for your chairmanship and India for hosting such a wonderful event. Since July 2023, the Arab Regional Center for World Heritage has undertook the following activities in line with the objectives of the Regional Action Plan for the Arab region, which are to contribute to a representative and balanced World Heritage List in the Arab states, to enhance the protection, conservation and management of World Heritage, particularly for sites inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger, and to improve the integration of sustainable development policies in the management of World Heritage sites. In summary, these activities encompassed 5 regional, 6 national, 5 thematic, and 1 publication. The regional activities included a regional workshop for Arab states on impact assessment in a World Heritage context in partnership with the World Heritage Leadership Programme, a regional focal point meeting organized in collaboration with the World Heritage Center, a regional workshop on natural and mixed World Heritage sites in the Arab states, listing implications and synergies with the IUCN's Green List, a regional workshop and interpretation and presentation on World Heritage sites in the Arab region in partnership with WIPIC, and incorporating sustainable development into the implementation of the World Heritage Convention in the Arab States region in collaboration with ICOMOS, the Heritage Commission of Saudi Arabia, and ICOMOS Saudi Arabia. National programs included capacity building program on the preparation of the site management plan and the transnational property of Darb Zubaydah, an online workshop, Bethany Beyond the Jordan, a heritage impact assessment and architectural guidelines, revisions of the tentative list for cultural and national sites in Palestine, sustainable management of World Heritage sites in Tunisia, and a national workshop on the 1972 World Heritage Convention and the 1954 Convention for the Protection of Cultural Property in the event of armed conflict in collaboration with our colleagues at Qatar Museums. Finally, we hosted a conservation training course on built heritage in Kuwait. Our thematic programs included a partnership with the UNESCO Regional Office for the Maghreb on a regional conference on housing, rehabilitation and historic settlements in the Arab region. We are in our 2nd edition of the short film competition, My Heritage. We have an international conference, Opportunities for Heritage, in partnership with the UNESCO Chair for World Heritage and Sustainable Tourism Management. We've hosted an expert meeting on modern heritage in the Arab region, and as our colleague Mohammed Jama from the Africa unit mentioned yesterday, we had an Arab African professionals preliminary assessment process meeting in collaboration with UNESCO World Heritage Center, ICOMOS, IUCN, and our colleagues at the African World Heritage Fund. Finally, we have published an Arabic translation of the guidance and toolkit for impact assessment in a World Heritage context in partnership with UNESCO and the advisory bodies. We look forward to the next 12 months with the same level of eager anticipation and hope to achieve more towards our aims. Thank you.
Now that we have finished the first set of 4 presentations, committee members have the opportunity to intervene if they so choose. Mexico, you have the floor.
Buenos días, reciban un saludo y una gratitud del gobierno
mexicano, no solo a los organizadores, a las organizadoras, sino también a la posibilidad de estar en este bello país que es nuestro hermano la India, y al gobierno de España que nos permite tener traducción permanente. Apreciamos puntualmente el trabajo que hemos hecho con el director del Centro de Patrimonio Mundial de la UNESCO, que ha sido una lógica de un socio clave para poder generar mejores prácticas en este centro de trabajo que se ha hecho para la preservación y conservación en Zacatecas y que ha permitido que a nivel regional se puedan unir más de 12 países. En este sentido, justamente para México es un placer generar mecanismos de implementación coherentes y con los más altos estándares de la Convención y generar entonces iniciativas regionales que incidan en mecanismos de cooperación regional, intercambio de experiencias exitosas y sobre todo en la lógica de fortalecimiento de capacidades. Apreciamos el seguimiento en los grupos de discusión y sobre todo en el rol que juega en México, en América Latina y en la región. Particularmente incidir y posibilitar esta caja de herramientas para generar una lógica de multiplicadores, pero sobre todo también participar para prevenir el tráfico ilícito de bienes y patrimonios, la atención estratégica para atender el patrimonio cultural ante el cambio climático y ante el riesgo, y sobre todo generar mecanismos de turismo sostenible. Gracias por el aporte y apreciamos todo el trabajo, no solamente en esta dimensión del Centro de Patrimonio Mundial de la UNESCO, sino a los diversos socios y socias que han permitido esta tarea.
Qatar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Qatar would like to commend the World Heritage Center for their supportive step in giving the chance for the first time to Category 2 centers to present their program and activities. We wish to take this opportunity to highlight the valuable and impactful work carried out by the Arab Regional Center for World Heritage in the Kingdom of Bahrain. This esteemed organization has been key in promoting the protection, preservation, and appreciation of our shared culture and natural heritage within the Arab region. The initiative of the Arab Regional Center for the World Heritage in Capacity Building, Research, and Conservation have significantly contributed to enhancing the capability of heritage professionals and institutions across the region. Their programs and workshops have been equipped countless individuals with the necessary skills and knowledge to effectively safeguard our heritage site. Qatar, with its leading institutions in the field such as Qatar Museums, has been privileged to collaborate closely with the Arab Regional Center for the World Heritage and numerous projects. Our partnership has been marked by mutual respect, shared goals, and tangible outcomes that have strengthened the protection of heritage in our nation and beyond. Together, we have worked various conservation and management projects, exchanged expertise, and supported the development of best practice that serve the model for the entire region. We firmly believe that the work of the Arab Regional Center of Heritage exemplifies the spirit of international cooperation and solidarity that is essential for the success of the World Heritage Convention. Thank you.
Thank you. Now that the state party, the committee members have spoken, I will give the floor to Indonesia, to be followed by Colombia.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of Indonesian delegation, I would like to extend our heartfelt congratulations to you and on your appointments. We also express our sincere gratitude to India governments for warm hospitality in hosting this esteemed 46th World Heritage Committee meeting. We would like to extend our special thanks to the Director of World Heritage Centers for his invaluable collaboration and support in making the process of establishing CHETC agreement a smooth one. We appreciate his dedication to fostering international cooperation in safeguarding our shared heritage. Indonesia strongly affirms its commitment in collaborating with UNESCO and other member states in implementing the Center for Human Evolution adaptations, and dispersals. We believe that this initiative holds immense potential for further our collective understanding of humanity's shared origins and journey. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We see that Argentina has raised the plate, so I will request Colombia that a committee member has raised the plate, so I will take a pause for the observer state parties and give the floor to Argentina now. Argentina, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Habíamos levantado antes nuestro cartel y pedimos, por favor, como estamos en un borde de la sala, sabemos que es difícil vernos, nos pasó ayer también, somos miembros del comité...
May I interrupt you, please?
Sí.
I will ask the director of the World Heritage Committee to clarify on that position, because yesterday also your good self had mentioned that you had raised your plates but you were not seen, and this is for the second time that you have mentioned it. So because I did not see it, I will ask the director of the World Heritage Center whether he saw your plate. Mr. Director, you have the floor.
No, the only thing I want to say is that we will be very, very, very careful. And we're trying to look at you, and I'll make sure that we continue to look at you. When you have your plate, we will immediately react. So our apologies. Thank you very much.
All right, Argentina, I hope that is okay for you, and please, you can restart your statement and your 3 minutes will begin. Thank you.
Gracias, señor presidente. Sabemos que es difícil, es una sala muy grande, solo queríamos esta clarificación. Queremos subrayar, agradecer y felicitarnos por la incorporación de este tema en la agenda. Los centros de categoría 2 son uno de los eslabones más importantes que tenemos. ¿Por qué? Porque son las regiones y son los países los que se apropian de lo que ya les pertenece. Se hacen responsables o nos hacemos responsables de nuestra labor, de la cual este comité es solo un eslabón en una larguísima cadena. La capacitación es el centro y la comprensión y la apropiación por las comunidades de nuestra convención. Por eso queremos subrayar la importancia de este tema y esperemos que desde aquí al futuro sea uno de los temas más importantes y nos van a evitar muchos trabajos en el resto de nuestra agenda. Muchas gracias y felicitaciones a todos por haber incorporado este importantísimo tema que vamos a seguir apoyando. Gracias.
I now give the floor to Colombia, followed by Egypt.
Señor presidente, gracias. La delegación de Colombia desea resaltar la importancia de los centros de categoría 2 y su articulación con el Centro Lucio Costa a fin de buscar estrategias de cooperación para la creación de capacidades e investigación. En este sentido, reconocemos los resultados alentadores de los centros de categoría 2 relacionados con el patrimonio mundial y sus aportes a la aplicación de la Convención de 1972. Actualmente, y dado que el Centro Lucio Costa dentro de su plan de acción propone llevar a cabo una conferencia de mecanismos de financiación e incentivos de acciones para la conservación y gestión de sitios de patrimonio mundial, Colombia ha realizado un primer acercamiento en el que se propuso convocar a los diferentes países involucrados para que presenten casos en los que se puedan aprender lecciones referentes a mecanismos de financiamiento e incentivos, lo que podría servir de conocimiento compartido para cada Estado parte involucrado en la protección de los sitios de patrimonio mundial. Muchas gracias.
We have seen that one more committee member has now raised their plate, so I will give the floor to the director of the World Heritage Center, so he will let you know. Thank you. Mr. Lazar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I would like to know if there is any other committee members who would like to take the floor to raise their plate now, so that we can have them on the list. As you know, committee members speaks, and then after the chair gives the floor to the observers if he wishes. So if there is a committee member, please let us know now. I see only Zambia, and then we will move to the observers. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Please, Oman.
All right, I will ask the director of the World Heritage Center to read the list of the committee members and the observers, and then the list will be closed. So you still have an opportunity to raise your plate. Once the list is closed, no more further opportunities. Director of the World Heritage Center, please read the list.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The following committee member has been noted. It's Zambia. And after the committee member, the following state parties observers will take the floor in order that I'll be reading. I have in my list Egypt, Oman, Grenada, and that's all. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
And now the list will be closed. Zambia, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished delegates, as a state party of Zambia, we wish to commend the CTCs for the great work being done with regard to the capacity building as for the state party, as a state party in Africa. We particularly thank the African World Heritage Fund, who have been doing tremendous work in supporting African state parties through various programs or activities. This support was, of course, made possible through funding from the World Heritage Center, the host country of South Africa, and other state parties, some which are beneficiaries to the works of the two CTCs, and others which neither host CTCs or benefit from them. We therefore wish to thank those state parties already contributing to the work of CTCs and wish to encourage those who are not to do so to ensure success of the work of the CTCs. Mr. Chairman, the state party of Zambia would like to take this opportunity to announce that we have put aside a sum of $100,000 to support the capacity building programs, especially those that are pertaining to sustainable development, and in this case, as pronounced in Saudi Arabia last year, when we committed ourselves that as a state party of Zambia, we are going to champion issues to do with sustainable development on the continent of Africa. Mr. Chairman, I submit.
Thank you. I give the floor to Egypt, followed by Oman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. We welcome the progress report on the activities of the World Heritage-related Category 2 centers and institutes under the auspices of UNESCO and on their activities regarding the implementation of the 1972 Convention. We underscore the important role played by these Category 2 centers in Arab and African regions, especially the Africa World Heritage Fund in South Africa and the Arab Regional Center for World Heritage hosted by the Kingdom of Bahrain. We appreciate the efforts and programs organized by both centers in implementing the convention and their active engagement with the state parties in our regions, especially in the activities related to capacity building, improving sustainable management, and conservation of World Heritage sites, impact assessment of development projects, and preparation of nomination dossiers to achieve a better representation on the World Heritage list. And I thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. Oman, you have the floor, followed by Grenada.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. I think it is an excellent idea to give the centers a slot of time to present their visions and achievements. We do hope this will continue. These centers, without doubt, have a great role to play in helping member states, especially capacity buildings is one of the main tasks in addition to other work. Therefore, their budget should be increased, including voluntary contributions. I would like also to suggest that these centers to be consulted and or to be part of the evaluation of dossiers for nomination. Before I conclude also, Mr. Chair, Oman would like to thank the Kingdom of Bahrain for their great support to provide for the Bahrain centers, and also to reiterate our thanks to the centers in Bahrain for it and its management. I thank you.
Thank you. Granada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the floor. I would like to thank the representative of the Category 2 centers for their reports. I would like to say that I raised my plate when we were discussing capacity building, but I was not identified. But I take this opportunity to say that we should taking into consideration the preparation of the new strategy for capacity building. I think that the centers, Category 2 centers related to World Heritage, can play a very important role in this preparation, because they are in the field and have the possibility to be in contact with the state parties and to identify with them these specific needs for capacity building and awareness raising, notably in the preparation of tentative lists, the nomination dossiers, the responses they can give to the challenges of climate change and tourism, etc. The Category 2 centers are very close to state parties, and we look forward to seeing them playing a role in this new strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now that the first set of 4 presentations is done, I go to the next set of 4 presentations to be done by the International Center on Space Technologies for Natural and Cultural Heritage. There is a video. Then the Center on World Natural Heritage Management and Training for Asia and the Pacific region, the World Heritage Institute for Training and Research for the Asia and the Pacific region, the International Center for the Interpretation and Presentation of World Heritage Sites. So now I give the floor to the International Center on Space Technologies for Natural and Cultural Heritage, and a video will play.
Dear colleagues, good afternoon. On behalf of International Center on Space Technologies for Natural and Cultural Heritage under the auspices of UNESCO, I'd like to express sincere appreciation to UNESCO World Heritage Center for inviting us to report its activities to the World Heritage Committee. As we know that HAZE is the first UNESCO Category 2 center dedicated to using space technologies for the conservation of UNESCO designated sites. During the reporting period, first of all, HAZE has reconstituted its governing board and accompanying 10 sessions of its governing board. Moreover, HAZE has conducted extensive research with the World Heritage Center to monitor land cover changes in African natural sites on the list of World Heritage Endangered Land Cover Changes of Jiuzhaigou after the earthquake, monitoring and evaluated the Silk Roads, the roads network of Chang'an-Tianshan corridor, and made an archaeological survey and discovery on the Great Wall of the Han Dynasty. It published 3 books, for example, Introduction to Space Archaeology is devoted to comprehensively introducing different space technology using for archaeology application, and more than 10 academic papers. In addition, HAZE partnered with UNESCO and ICROM to co-host the 4th Fengshan Dialogue on UNESCO designated sites and sustainable development, and published the Fengshan Vision and recommended stations on climate action for heritage conservation. Co-hosted with UNESCO and Copernicus program, the side event, Space-Based Technologies for Preservation of World Heritage Sites during extended 45th session of World Heritage Committee. Its activities has been widely reported by China's Central Television and other media organizations. Looking ahead, HAZE will draft a new midterm strategic plan to guide its third phase operation. Meanwhile, his will conduct a project on archaeological discovery along Sakandaya River, collaborate with the World Heritage Center and other partners to monitor and evaluate African World Heritage Sites. To conclude, I'd like to thank all of you for your long-term support to HIS, and we'll collaborate closely with you to enhance conservation, management, and sustainable development of heritage sites.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the Center on World Natural Heritage Management and Training for Asia and Pacific Region, WII C2C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Good morning to everyone. It's an honor to be present here today. I am Suresh Kumar, and presently I head the Wildlife Institute of India Category 2 Center, which we call WII C2C, for World Natural Heritage Management and Training for Asia and the Pacific region under the auspices of UNESCO. The center, with the support of the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, was established in 2015. As you may all know, India has been at the forefront of nature conservation, and we have been working towards capacity building of natural heritage site managers and other stakeholders in the area of management, policy, interpretation, nature culture linkages, and heritage stories through customized courses and training programs. The center has trained over 2,500 natural heritage stakeholders through more than 100 capacity building courses. As the only C2C with a focused natural heritage mandate, WII C2C addresses the needs of not only the Asia-Pacific region, but beyond as well. In the past year, WII C2C conducted a natural heritage course for India's Ministry of External Affairs under their Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation Program with participants from 4 continents. The center has also been providing technical support to UNESCO on periodic reporting, state of conservation report evaluation, and reactive monitoring. Additionally, the center has been involved in 25 research and monitoring engagements, including preparation of nomination dossiers. In order for better information dissemination of natural heritage properties across the Asia-Pacific, the WII C2C will soon launch a web portal providing a key platform. Further, as part of our operational strategy, a skills gap analysis for natural heritage site management is being undertaken, and this is expected to provide important pointers to improve our understanding and strengthen the management of natural heritage properties. The center has also been proactive in nurturing the nature-culture linkages paradigm by advancing the conversation at both ICOMOS General Assembly and IUCN World Conservation Congress. We at the center would like to emphasize the need for synergies with other biodiversity conservation conventions for better nature heritage conservation. India being the host country of this committee meeting, it is indeed an exciting prospect for us to meet practitioners from across the world working for heritage conservation, and I, along with my team, reiterate the importance of collaboration and partnerships among the C2Cs. I thank the World Heritage Committee for the opportunity to speak here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the World Heritage Institute of Training and Research for the Asia and Pacific Region, WHITRAP.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to thank the host country and the Secretariat for providing C2C the opportunity for taking the floor. I'm Professor Shao Yong, the new Secretary General of WITRAP and the Director of WITRAP Shanghai. WITRAP was created in 2007 and has Shanghai, Beijing, and Suzhou sub-centers. Since last year, WITRAP has actively provided support to the implementation of the World Heritage Convention in Asia and the Pacific region in various ways. Firstly, WITRAP continues to strengthen its regional role in the conservation and management of world heritage, focusing on SDGs, with WHC, ICROM, and C2Cs, which have organized the last year annual meeting of HeriTAP, which is a network of heritage practitioners of WITRAP, focusing on world heritage contribution to SDGs. And the call for good practice were primarily presented in HeriTAP chat, as well as implementing the action plan of the third cycle of periodical reporting in Asia and the Pacific. WITRAP are developing activities with local communities and local government who are key players. Secondly, WITRAP continue to enhance the research on the new challenges of the World Heritage Sites in the region. WITRAP hosted the second World Cultural and Natural Heritage Forum on defining the contemporary human-nature relationship last year. With UNESCO, WITRAP implemented the second cycle of UNESCO World Heritage and Sustainable Tourism Program. And a lot of joint heritage nomination of China and Egypt and MOU with Mali has been researched to respond to the Africa priority strategy. Thirdly, WITRAP continue to enhance the capacity building activities with partners at a different level. With Malaysia, WITRAP co-organized a sub-regional workshop on HIA, and with ICROM, WITRAP organized symposium on capacity building, capacity development on climate action for World Heritage. Recently, with UNESCO Regional Office for East Asia and Suzhou Municipal Government, WITRAP co-organized the Youth and Traditional Building Skills Symposium in Suzhou, and many activities related to World Heritage awareness raising were organized. Lastly, WITRAP has recently endeavored to focus on heritage and education, as competency building is a key challenge. We developed two major projects. One is the International Network for Urban Heritage Conservation in Higher Education Institution, established last year. And the other one is Global Award for World Heritage Education Innovative Cases. This noon, from 1 p.m. in MR10, it will be the third World Heritage Committee side event of the world. I'm very happy to invite all of you to attend and to see how we are reshaping new concepts and approach of education and capacity building of world heritage for sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you. I request you to keep your presentation limited to the time allocated. I now give the floor to the International Center for the Interpretation and Presentation of World Heritage Sites, WHIPIC.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to extend our deepest thanks to the host country, India, for their efforts and hospitality in organizing this committee. While detailed information can be found in document 6B, I will share a brief overview of our work. WIPIC was established with the aim of contributing to sustainable development through the conservation and promotion of world heritage by research, capacity building, and spreading information on world heritage interpretation and presentation. As the only Category 2 center for heritage interpretation and presentation, WIPIC commenced various initiatives to achieve our aims. First, WIPIC has organized global and local level of capacity building programs in collaboration with other Category 2 centers, UNESCO field offices, and other partners. In result, we have the honor of organized workshops in Africa, the Arab states, and Asia for over 100 site managers. We also aim to provide 5 workshops this year for over 200 people in different regions, including a workshop in Rwanda this September. Second, IFIC promotes awareness raising of World Heritage interpretation and presentation through annual international forums and diverse events like the side event last year in Riyadh. This Thursday, July 25th, we will host another side event together with our dear Category 2 centers, AWHF and AICWH. We hope to see all of you there. Lastly, IFIC is also dedicating significant effort into publishing research reports and creating digital content, which are available on the IFIC website and social media. Our third issue of Interpreting World Heritage Magazine was released last week, featuring contributions from site managers across 9 countries, including our esteemed host, India. We kindly hope you take a look. In all, IFIC will continue to implement and develop various initiatives for heritage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear committee members, now that we have heard all the presentations, I would like to know if you have any comments or observations. You may raise your plates. This is the second time I'm asking, dear committee members, if you have any comments or observations, you may raise your plates now. Good. Observer state parties, any of the observer state parties, if you'd like to make any observations or comments, you may raise your plates. Okay. This is the second time I'm asking. Any observer state parties would like to make any observations and comments, you may raise your plates. Okay. I will ask the director of the WHC to read the names and then we will close the list. Mr. Lazar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. As of now, among the committee members, India has requested the floor, and among the state parties, I don't see any state party observer who has requested the floor, but I noted that the advisory body, IUCN, has requested the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. So with your permission, we will close the list of speakers now. The list is closed. India, you have the floor.
Person for giving India the floor again. In fact, we were waiting for all the presentations by all the Category 2 centers to be over, to be heard first, and then we would make our remarks and observations. Again, we would like to thank the Director of World Heritage Center for his report on the functioning of the Category 2 centers, and thereafter we had the opportunity of hearing the presentations from all the World Heritage related Category 2 centers and noted the excellent work that they are doing. And it is for the first time that we note that they are presenting it to the World Heritage Committee and to the everyone who is present here. Their effort has been pivotal in advancing the strategic objectives of the World Heritage Convention and the UNESCO's global priorities. It was encouraging to note that how some of the Category 2 centers are nodes of network within their regions, are partnering with the advisory bodies, and are instrumental in the preparation and submission of the nomination dossiers. The wide range of activities from workshops to even organizing competitions is encouraging and impressive. One Category 2 center also stressed the need of networking amongst the Category 2 centers, and such an approach is encouraging as it allows sharing of expertise, technical and documentary resources, as well as knowledge. So we commend the Category 2 centers for the continued organization of international and regional activities. These initiatives are not only contributing to the global development agendas, but also align with the framework action plans developed for each region. Mr. Chair, we agree with the Director of World Heritage Center that these Category 2 centers are key partners in the World Heritage System, for they are the regional footprint for capacity building. They can be excellent service providers, if I may use this expression, in terms of undertaking field missions, evaluations, and capacity building, and their service and expertise can be used for such activities more and more. This will perhaps help offset the pressure to some extent on the 3 advisory bodies and the financial constraints that they are constantly facing. Once again, our sincere appreciation goes to all Category 2 centers, their respective host governments, and participating states parties, as their dedication and collaborative spirits are vital in preserving and promoting our shared cultural heritage. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the advisory body, IUCN.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And like India, we just wanted to await to
Just
hear...
1 second, please. Sorry to interrupt you. The timer should be 2 minutes and not 3 minutes, because 3 minutes is only for committee members. IUCN, you have the floor again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like India, we wish to wait for all of the presentations to be heard, and just to make just a few brief points. The first thing is to really welcome this agenda item being included, because it illuminates so much important work that is being done to support the convention. The second, as was also emphasized by Ikram in the presentation of 6A, to emphasize the many collaborations that we already have with the Category 2 centres and the great potential there is to extend that further. And Mr. Chair, I just wanted to make remarks on 2 particular collaborations we have, although we could talk about all of the Category 2 centres. The first is to confirm IUCN's particular commitment to enhancing and developing our collaboration with the Wildlife Institute of India's centre that is focused on nature, but as you also heard, is focused very much on the connection of nature and culture. And the second is to note that we also have a developing collaboration with a further Category 2 centre, not reporting this year, but that will be launched on the island of Jeju with the leadership of the Republic of Korea, which is to support work across all of the internationally designated areas, not only World Heritage Sites, but other designated areas in that family of sites. So, Mr. Chair, with that, we have no further comments, but very much welcome this item. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I will now ask the Director of the World Heritage Center, Mr. Elondo Asomo, to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I know there has not been any particular question, but I just want to thank all the committee members and all the state parties, observers who have taken the floor already to appreciate this opportunity given to the Category 2 centers, but also to commit their support to continue providing the necessary facilitation for the Category 2 centers to implement their mandate and to work in cooperation with us. So this is really a reason that I want to say and express our gratitude for them. And as you have seen, we need the Category 2 centers to implement the World Heritage Convention, and we will continue to use this opportunity to inform you on the excellent work that they are doing at the in the different regions and even in the respective countries. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I see no more questions and comments. I therefore invite you, dear colleagues, to proceed with the adoption of the draft Decision 45 COM 6B. But before we do so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous avons effectivement reçu un amendement soumis par la Zambie, coécrit par le Kenya et le Rwanda. Amendement qui propose l'insertion d'un paragraphe 5 dans la décision. Je cite, « Remercie les États parties qui contribuent à la mise en œuvre de la Convention du patrimoine mondial et encourage en outre les États parties à soutenir les centres de catégorie 2 dans leur région pour la mise en œuvre des activités liées au patrimoine mondial. » Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Do any members of the committee wish to make observations and suggestions? I see none. We'll proceed paragraph by paragraph. So para 1 to 4 is not amended, so if it is okay, then we will adopt it. But I will not hit the hammer till we reach the end. Okay, I see no objections. We now go to the amendment proposed. Thanks state parties that are contributing to the implementation of the World Heritage Convention and further encourages state parties to support the C2Cs in their regions for the implementation of World Heritage related activities. Are there any objections to this amendment? I see none. This amendment, India, you have the floor. Please continue speaking.
Oh, the mic, yes, it is working now. No. There is no objection to this amendment. I think it should be there. All we are saying is, just to kind of word it slightly more pertinent, thanks the state parties that are contributing to the implementation of the World Heritage Convention. In between, if we could add, through the Category 2 centers. So we are saying that because this item pertains to the Category 2 center, so it basically focuses on that, and then we can continue and further encourages states parties to support these Category 2 centers, and that's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any objections or observations to these comments before we adopt them? I see none. Okay, it's adopted. We go next to the remaining paras that are not amended. Are there any objections before we adopt them? I see none. It's adopted. Is there any objections to adopt the entire decision as a whole? I see none. The decision is so adopted as amended. Thank you very much. I therefore now declare agenda item 6B closed. Dear colleagues, before the examination of our next item, I would like to give the floor to the host country for some technical announcements. The host country, India, you have the floor.
A very good morning to the distinguished dignitaries on the dais and our esteemed delegates of the dais. I have an important announcement to make regarding the Wi-Fi. Yesterday, a few of our delegates faced some issues regarding the same. To ensure the best possible experience for everyone, we kindly ask that you turn off the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth on any device that you are using. Our IT team has been hard at work and addressing network issues. They have added more Wi-Fi access points and implemented advanced filtering to improve network performance. However, having many devices connected to the Wi-Fi can still saturate the access points, leading to slower internet speeds and reduced network performance for everyone. Additionally, Wi-Fi and Bluetooth operate on the same 2.4 gigahertz frequency band, which can cause signal interference. By disabling unused Wi-Fi and Bluetooth connections, we can minimize this interference and ensure a smoother event experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, we are now moving to the examination of item 7 on the state of conservation of World Heritage properties. This item was scheduled to be tabled today morning, 10 a.m., but as you know, we are running 2 hours behind schedule. This is one of our major agenda items. This year, there will be one comprehensive decision proposed for adoption within the related document WHC/24/46.com/7. I would like to inform you that as for the past years, this item will remain open to possibly take into account the debates held under agenda item 7A and 7B. The draft decision 7 will therefore only be adopted on 29th July. Once we have completed the examination of items 7A and 7B. Dear committee members, I would now like to give the floor at the request of the Director, World Heritage Center, Mr. Lazar Elondo Asomo, to the Deputy Director of the World Heritage Center, Ms. Jyoti Hosargrahar, to introduce this item. Ms. Hosargrahar. I'm sorry, I missed reading. Ms. Hosargrahar, please hold. I was supposed to read some more. The page went underneath. We are supposed to make a presentation by the ADG Culture. So we'll take a pause and I will make the announcement. Dear colleagues, we will now start the examination of item 7 related to the state of conservation of World Heritage properties. But before we hear the presentation of document 46-7 by the Secretariat, I would like to inform you that as usual practice, we will immediately start with the adoption of the draft decision of 3 reports related to 7A. I would like to give the floor to the UNESCO Assistant Director for Culture, Mr. Ottone, in this regard. Mr. Ottone, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Indeed, these reports are the 46-7A.18, Old City of Jerusalem and its World, site proposed by Jordan, the 46-7A.25, Hebron, Al-Khalil, Old Town, Palestine, and the 46-7A.26, Palestine, Land of Olives and Wines, Cultural Landscape of Southern Jerusalem, Batia, also proposed by the State of Palestine. Please note that these draft decisions were the subject, as in past years, of intense negotiation and have been agreed upon by all the parties concerned. Furthermore, I would also like to inform that the consensus implies no statement or declaration be made after the adoption of this draft decision. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ottone. I see no objections. Therefore, draft decisions 46-7A.18 and 46-7A.25 and 46-7A.26 are therefore adopted. Thank you. We shall now proceed with examination of item 7. As informed earlier, I would like to give the floor to the Deputy Director of the World Heritage Center, Ms. Jyoti Hosargrahar, to introduce the item WHC/24/46.com/7 and say that as per the practice over the past years, this item will remain open to possibly take into account the debates held under agenda items 7A and 7B. The draft decision 7 will therefore only be adopted on 29 July, once we have completed the examination of the items 7A and 7B. Ms. Hosargrahar, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. The World Heritage Convention is one of the most successful international instruments for the conservation of natural and cultural sites. This session, you will examine the reports on the state of conservation of 124 World Heritage properties, including the 56 properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger. The Convention's unique reactive monitoring process contributes greatly to the efficient monitoring and mitigation of threats affecting the properties. This document also identifies some global World Heritage conservation issues emerging from the State of Conservation reports. I'm pleased to say that this year we have a very high, can you go back to the previous one, please? We have a high rate of response with 85% of all reports requested by the committee to states parties submitted. This number is a little less than the 96% that we received last year. Nevertheless, many thanks to all the states parties and responsible authorities who have worked hard to prepare these reports. In response, next please, yes. In response to the committee concern regarding improving the perception of the list of World Heritage in danger, a study was carried out in line with Decision 40.7. The World Heritage Center, with the generous support of the State Party of Norway, prepared a publication entitled Implementing New Visions, a Guidebook for Action on the List of World Heritage in Danger, published in 2024. This guidebook presents the recommendations of the 2022 study to sensitize and to be utilized by all stakeholders of the Convention. The guidebook will make the study's recommendations more accessible to a broad range of audiences and provide more concrete ideas on how to turn the recommendations into practice. I will now address some global conservation issues that seem most significant this year. First, emergency situations resulting from conflicts for World Heritage properties, including armed conflict and civil unrest, continue to present a major threat to many World Heritage properties. This also underscores the tragic loss of human life as well as the destruction and damage to cultural and natural heritage. Approximately half of the 56 properties currently listed on the World Heritage in danger were inscribed for reasons related to the potential or ascertained impacts of conflicts. UNESCO's actions to mobilize the international community for the protection of endangered cultural and natural heritage sites, including in the Gaza Strip, in African countries such as the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Benin, Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali, and in Asia and the Pacific region, such as in Afghanistan, and in the Europe and North America region, as in Ukraine. Moreover, in terms of the vulnerability of properties to the potential of looting and illicit trafficking of cultural objects, UNESCO, through the 1972 Convention and the 1970 Convention, as well as the 1954 Convention and its two protocols, continues to pursue a follow-up to the implementation of the UN Security Council resolutions related to the cultural heritage protection, humanitarian and security considerations, particularly the resolutions 2199 and 2253 and 2347. In its actions, UNESCO has engaged with a variety of partners. UNESCO is working with UNITAR and UNOSAT to verify damage to 50 sites in the Gaza Strip. In Mali, UNESCO has partnered with the International Alliance for Heritage Protection in Conflict Zones, ALIF, to strengthen the protection of the mixed property also, and also with regard to the cliff of the Bandiagara, and as well as in Afghanistan. UNESCO works very closely with ALIF. UNESCO continues its efforts to support the Ministry of Culture and Information of Ukraine in coordinating international initiatives within the framework of UNESCO's Actions and Emergency Assistance Program for Ukraine. The World Heritage Center, in cooperation with ICOMOS and ICROM, is strengthening Ukraine's capacity to undertake urgent protection and recovery of cultural heritage. Next, please. With regard to recovery and reconstruction, the World Heritage Committee, recalling that reconstruction is justifiable only in exceptional circumstances, requested states parties to ensure the integrity of the outstanding universal value of World Heritage properties and that all recovery proposals, including plans and drawings, integrated and aligned with the need of local communities and be subject to rigorous impact assessments. For example, UNESCO has supported the recovery and reconstruction of historic urban areas in the Yemeni properties, balancing it with social needs. And in Libya has supported progress towards the implementing of correctiveness measures in the old town of Ghadames towards removing property from the danger list. Following the launch of the flagship initiative, Revive the Spirit of Mosul in 2018, UNESCO has pursued its actions towards the rehabilitation and recovery of the old city of Mosul. Rebuilding of its historic landmarks, the Al-Nuri Mosque and the Al-Hadba Minaret, have been completed this year. In Ukraine, UNESCO is supporting preliminary reconstruction in the World Heritage property of Odessa. Progress also continues in recovery and reconstruction. Processes in a number of other contexts, including in Iraq, the Syrian Arab Republic, Afghanistan, and Japan, in the Kathmandu Valley in Nepal, and the archaeological ruins of Mohenjo-Daro in Pakistan. With regard to development pressures and the need for management effectiveness, the state of conservation reports examined in the current committee sessions are evidence that development pressures continue to be a critical factor threatening World Heritage properties. A wide range of development pressures adversely affect World Heritage properties, from small-scale housing projects to larger-scale infrastructure development, including roads, dams, urban development and expansion, mining, extraction, and the building of barriers to the development of tourism infrastructure within World Heritage properties or in the wider setting. Response to such development pressures need strong governance and legislation to ensure respect for the OUV. The World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies have developed tools to support robust management, including to ensure that new development in and around World Heritage properties continue to protect the OUV of the property, including the UNESCO Urban Heritage Atlas for Urban Contexts, a digital tool based on the implementation of the 2011 UNESCO Recommendation on the Historic Urban Landscape, or HUL, as well as the Enhancing Our Heritage Toolkit 2.0, jointly published by UNESCO, ICROM, ICOMOS, and IUCN, that offers a self-assessment methodology for World Heritage properties to evaluate how well a property is being managed. The UNESCO World Heritage Canopy platform, with a number of diverse case studies, promotes integrating heritage conservation with sustainable development in line with the World Heritage Sustainable Development Policy, and also the nature culture community of Panorama Solutions for a Healthy Planet, coordinated by IUCN, ICROM, and ICOMOS. Finally, I would also mention the guidance for the no-go commitment to encourage companies to implement principles of sustainable development. With regard to local communities, indigenous peoples, and human rights, within the framework of the World Heritage Convention, states parties hold the primary responsibility to ensure respect for the rights and welfare of communities in their actions to protect World Heritage properties on their territories. Rights-based approaches to conservation and management of World Heritage provide an important foundation for implementation of these responsibilities consistent with the 2015 policy on integrating a sustainable development perspective into the processes of the World Heritage Convention, as well as UNESCO's policies on engaging with indigenous peoples and the applicable international human rights norms and standards. UNESCO, as a specialized agency of the United Nations system, promotes respect and full implementation of the provisions of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, with the support of the World Heritage Centre and financial support from the Government of Australia. The International Indigenous Peoples Forum on World Heritage organized an expert workshop in Geneva this year on recognizing and respecting indigenous peoples' heritage values in World Heritage sites, together with the advisory bodies, ICROM, IUCN, and ICOMOS. This is also something you heard about from Chrissy Grant when she spoke on the first day. Moreover, UNESCO, ICROM, ICOMOS, and IUCN continue to collaborate to develop more integrated approaches and practices to natural and cultural heritage, recognizing the indigenous people's values and interconnections between nature and culture, how these might relate to the OUV of the World Heritage properties. With regard to climate change, it continues to be one of the most serious threats to World Heritage sites affecting their OUV, as well as the economic and social development and quality of life of communities connected with these sites. These threats are part of the expanding impact of climate change on cultural and natural heritage, exemplified by the recent confirmation of the 4th global coral bleaching event. This indicates that the impacts on World Heritage sites are part of a broader global issue, and that it is likely that more sites than currently recognized by the committee are facing threats that may need to be addressed through the convention. Extreme weather events and strong climatic effects, such as frequent cyclones, impact a number of sites that are also laboratories to understand these impacts. These impacts highlight the need for disaster risk management and mitigation measures. In response, the General Assembly of the States Parties to the World Heritage Convention adopted the policy document on climate action for World Heritage. This document outlines for climate risk assessment, adaptation, mitigation, knowledge sharing, capacity building, and awareness. To support the policy's implementation, the World Heritage Centre and advisory bodies are developing a toolkit on climate action for World Heritage. Thanks to the support of Australia and the Netherlands, the World Heritage Centre stands ready to lead the development of the guidance document to facilitate effective implementation, as you have requested, and invite financial contributions to enable the Centre to carry out this work together with the advisory bodies. Finally, with regard to World Heritage contribution to biodiversity conservation, the planet's most outstanding places are critical for conserving ecosystem integrity and biodiversity. High cultural diversity often coincides with high biological diversity, as seen with around 20% of the cultural World Heritage properties located in key biodiversity areas. The state of conservation reports show the ongoing global biodiversity crisis continues with pressures brought by a range of threats, from infrastructure development to extractive activities and unsustainable use, requiring strong measures to halt biodiversity loss and protect and conserve biodiversity, towards achieving the global biodiversity conservation targets. In May of 2024, experts discussed increased collaboration focusing on synergies between World Heritage and other biodiversity-related conventions, following the committee's decision urging states parties to leverage the World Heritage Convention to support the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework goals. An expert meeting is also planned for late 2024 thanks to the
conclude.
support of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Germany. Following a report on avian flu influenza, impacting World Heritage properties, the World Heritage Center also organized a series of webinars with IUCN, CMS, FAO, and Ramsar to increase awareness of site management responses to this. And with that, I conclude my report, summary of this report and presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. I request to please keep interventions limited to the time mentioned. Many thanks. I will like to give the floor now to the advisory bodies for additional statements on this item. IUCN, ICROM, and ECOMOS. IUCN would speak for 5 minutes, ICROM for 2 minutes, and ECOMOS for 5 minutes. So first I give the floor to IUCN. My humble request is we are really running 2 hours behind, and it's not a rocket science to just limit the number of words you have to say. Just go on Microsoft Word, do a word count, 100 words per minute, and 5 minutes is 500 words. So simple. So please keep it limited. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. World Heritage properties represent critical habitats of some of the world's most outstanding beauty and biodiversity. They make a crucial direct contribution to the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, both through the direct conservation that they deliver and as exemplars of high standards that we look to inspire wider practice. It is in this context that the working document recommends a continued strengthening of this convention's focus on nature and the synergies that can help deliver other multilateral environmental agreements, including the 7 biodiversity-related conventions. This is why both site-specific and strategic action is needed to strengthen the results that this convention delivers. The success of World Heritage has to be assured. In 2024, whilst we can celebrate many conservation successes being achieved, it is of concern that we continue to see multiple threats and pressures on natural world heritage around the world. From the broader impacts of climate change to regional armed conflict and localized impacts of inappropriate infrastructure development. We continue to see extractive activities such as mining, oil, and gas threatening the outstanding universal value of properties, as well as large-scale infrastructure development such as unsustainable tourism expansion, large dams, roads, or barriers blocking ecological connectivity, amongst others. It remains vital that national planning and decision-making frameworks include early and appropriate impact assessments that consider the World Heritage values of a property in order to inform strategic planning and decision-making which ensures the protection of OUV into the future. Beyond assessing impacts of individual projects, the cumulative impacts of multiple projects must also be considered at a more strategic level. We highlight again the Guidance and Toolkit for Impact Assessments in a World Heritage Context, published in 2022, and additionally management tools such as the recently published EOH Toolkit 2.0 and the IUCN Green List Standard, which further support decision makers to implement effective management for World Heritage. And we invite you to join the EOH Toolkit 2.0 side event tomorrow evening. Whilst positive progress continues in various World Heritage properties, including through the implementation of corrective measures to address threats impacting properties on the list of World Heritage in danger, it is also highlighted that several natural properties have been identified as facing potential or ascertained danger in future if rapid management actions are not implemented. We also continue to see important concerns being raised regarding human rights issues in relation to World Heritage and reiterate the clear positions and policies of both IUCN and the World Heritage Convention that World Heritage governance processes must ensure a clear and fundamental human rights-based approach in line with international norms and standards and respect the rights of Indigenous peoples and local communities in planning and decision-making. The interconnectedness of nature and culture remains central to this convention and to our continued priorities into the future. As climate change continues to represent one of the most significant threats to natural world heritage, a further strengthening and scaling up of global action on climate change remains critical, including through effective implementation of the newly adopted policy document on climate action for world heritage. The joint development of the new Climate Action Toolkit for World Heritage is also underway, and we invite you to also join us at the lunchtime event on this later today. The advisory bodies are actively addressing the climate crisis, including through IUCN's Climate Crisis Commission, which is currently recruiting members. Mr. Chair, IUCN is highly committed to supporting states parties, site managers, and decision makers in both the work of monitoring natural world heritage and supporting the effective and active conservation needed to deliver positive results for nature, culture, and people through our shared work together. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I now give the floor to ICOMOS for 5 minutes, to be followed by ICROM. ICOMOS.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The State of Conservation reports before the committee at this 46th session highlight a range of achievements, issues and challenges for mixed and cultural properties on the World Heritage List. Conflict and civil unrest continue to present a major threat to many World Heritage properties, and the vulnerability of these properties to inadequate safeguarding measures became even more concerning and evident through the implications of the COVID-19 pandemic. In post-conflict circumstances where a mission is not yet possible, ICOMOS has been pleased to work closely with the World Heritage Centre and state parties, especially in the Arab region, using innovative digital approaches to identification and implementation of the corrective measures required to achieve the desired state of conservation for removal of the properties from the list of World Heritage in danger. ICOMOS recognises that a number of state parties have acted promptly to deploy resources to address World Heritage properties that have been impacted by extreme weather events, other natural disasters and conflict. The joint ICOMOS-ICROM publication, Guidance on Post-Disaster and Post-Conflict Recovery and Reconstruction for Heritage Places of Cultural Significance and World Heritage Cultural Properties, provides a welcome and useful framework through which the recovery of heritage places can support and be harnessed in coming to terms with and overcoming the trauma associated with destruction and loss. Development pressures continue to affect World Heritage properties, ranging from small-scale projects to larger-scale infrastructure and tourism projects. And these pressures apply both within World Heritage properties and their buffer zones and within their wider setting. Responses to such development pressures not only require strong governance and support, as the Deputy Director has highlighted, but also rigorous assessment of heritage impacts. And the Guidance and Toolkit for Impact Assessments in a World Heritage context has proven an effective tool to assist state parties in fulfilling obligations under paragraph 118 bis of the operational guidelines and supporting good decision-making in a development context. World Heritage governance processes need to employ a human rights-based approach which respects the rights of Indigenous peoples and local communities. For some World Heritage properties, outstanding universal value has been defined without the adequate participation by concerned Indigenous peoples, and therefore may not have taken into account their perspectives, including their relationship with the land and the interconnectedness of nature and culture. This is an important emerging challenge for inclusive implementation of the World Heritage Convention. And ICOMOS is pleased to have addressed this matter at its General Assembly in 2023, and together with the other advisory bodies will continue to support rights-based approaches. ICOMOS continued to work in collaboration with the World Heritage Centre and other advisory bodies to support state parties manage the process arising from inscription on the list of World Heritage in danger and to galvanise more effective conservation efforts and international support. We emphasise that the inscription on the list of World Heritage in danger provides a framework for the state party to work closely with the World Heritage Centre and the advisory bodies to establish a set of corrective measures as a roadmap to recovery. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Ikram for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the face of the different threats previously mentioned by IUCN and ICOMOS, ICROM is trying to generate systematic change for World Heritage that may be sustainable over time. In this sense, ICROM has been actively working in providing capacity building to improve conservation and management in different regions of the world through the World Heritage Leadership Program, as well as ICROM's regional programs for Africa, the Arab region, Asia, and Latin America and the Caribbean. And also through its thematic programs focusing on specific materials conservation or on disaster risk management, all of which are delivered in different languages. Each of these programs generates content and new research, tools and guidance documents, some of which have already been mentioned by the Deputy Director, IUCN and ICOMOS, and as well as in item 6. All of these provide solutions for people on the ground and are disseminated as widely as possible through publication and dissemination webinars. As mentioned earlier, we strongly encourage translations so that local managers, government officers, local communities can access these documents in the best possible way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Many thanks. I would like to know whether there are any comments on the entire document 46.com/7 on the general state of conservation issues. Committee members, if you would like to make any comments, please raise your nameplates. Don't wait for other countries to speak before you want to raise your nameplates. Please raise your nameplates so the Secretariat can note your nameplates. This is the second time I'm requesting member states, committee members, if you would like to make any comments, please raise your nameplates.
Okay, at least we can start with the two already.
Okay, I will give the floor to the Director to read the names.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Pour l'instant, j'ai sur ma liste par ordre d'intervention, donc le Liban et la Belgique. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Any observer state parties would like to raise their nameplates to make any comments? Any observer state parties that would like to raise their nameplates to make any comments? So before I close the list of speakers, I will give the floor to the Director of the World Heritage Center to read the names of the observer state parties. Mr. Lazar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think here I have as a state party observer, I have Norway. Thank you.
Okay, now the list will be closed. Okay, I give the floor to Lebanon, followed by Belgium.
Mr. Chair, Lebanon has been involved in this committee since the 90s, and personally, I have been involved in this committee since 2001, 23 years. Mr. President, conservation is at the heart of the convention. 20 years ago, the committee used to discuss every state of conservation one by one. Then, due to the increase in the number of SOC reports, we decided that the Center and the advisory bodies will select a number of SOCs they consider the committee should examine, while opening the possibility to any committee member to propose other SOCs to discussion. Later on, the number of SOCs proposed to discussion by the Center and advisory bodies was reduced to only properties proposed to be inscribed on the endangered list or to be removed from this list. And a non-written rule seems to prevail, whereby committee members only open to discussion properties either in their own state or the same region, and after getting the consent of the state party concerned. We are sorry, but this is contrary to the text and the spirit of our convention. The convention states clearly that it is the responsibility of the international community as a whole to ensure the protection and conservation of World Heritage properties wherever these properties are located. We think that this situation is not healthy, whereby SOCs become a place of direct confrontation between the state party concerned and the advisory bodies, and the committee intervenes only when it is too late. We believe that it is the responsibility of all of us, committee members, to intervene whenever an issue may constitute a threat to the integrity of a property, and open up discussion on any SOC in order to try to find solution before it is too late. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor now to Belgium, followed by the Observer State Party, Norway. Belgium, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, avant d'entamer l'examen des différents états de conservation inscrits à notre ordre du jour, la Belgique voudrait soumettre à la réflexion du comité quelques considérations. Il est dans nos pratiques de féliciter le Centre, les organisations consultatives, voire les États parties, pour leurs investissements au profit de la Convention et des sites du patrimoine mondial. Ces remerciements sont largement mérités. Il y a cependant toute une série d'acteurs que nous oublions régulièrement d'associer à ces encouragements. Ce sont les autorités locales, les communautés locales ou autochtones, la société civile pour qui le patrimoine mondial constitue un cadre de vie et qui, par leurs actions au quotidien, assurent la conservation des biens du patrimoine mondial. Notre ordre du jour est bien rempli, nous le savons. Mais nous devrions sans doute prendre parfois un peu de temps pour nous réjouir des succès du patrimoine mondial et mettre davantage en lumière l'importance d'une approche inclusive pour une gestion efficace de nos sites. Nous souhaiterions, Monsieur le Président, faire écho aux propos de Madame la Directrice Générale concernant la liste du patrimoine mondial en péril, qui est trop souvent et injustement considérée par les États parties comme la liste de la honte. Revenons, Monsieur le Président, à l'approche que les pères fondateurs de notre Convention avaient de cette liste. Ne pas condamner ou sanctionner, mais au contraire identifier des sites qui doivent retenir l'attention de la communauté internationale du patrimoine et mobiliser les énergies, les connaissances, les ressources. Loin d'un opprobre, l'inscription sur la liste du patrimoine mondial en péril doit être un appel à la solidarité internationale, au bénéfice de la conservation de sites confrontés à des menaces qui dépassent souvent les capacités d'action d'un seul État partie. Nous voudrions également faire part de nos préoccupations sur le choix des dossiers qui sont soumis à discussion ou plutôt qui ne sont pas soumis à notre examen. Nous constatons que des sites, parfois inscrits sur la liste en péril, restent plusieurs années sans être présentés au comité. Cela ne nous semble pas acceptable et nous souhaiterions que soient établies des règles claires prévoyant des rythmes de présentation réguliers en fonction de la nature et de la gravité des menaces qui pèsent sur les biens. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Norway.
Thank you, and allow me first to congratulate you, Mr. Chair, and secondly express our deep gratitude for the exceptionally warm welcome to magnificent India. Norway considers the state of conservation matters to be at the very core of this convention. We face unprecedented challenges in the ongoing climate and environmental crisis, adding to other challenges related to management, development pressures, conflict and post-conflict, to mention just a few. These challenges are increasingly complex and their resolution depend on independent and transparent expert advice and collaboration between advisory bodies, the WHC and the states parties. We wish to commend states parties not requesting the opening of their SOC reports for discussion, as we have noticed over several years that a number of decisions are weakened by compromising outstanding universal value and challenging of scientific advice and crucial policies, such as the no-go policy. We are deeply committed to support protection of threatened World Heritage properties. The government of Norway contributes significantly to the World Heritage Fund towards threatened World Heritage in Africa, in particular natural sites and those inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger. Mobilizing international support and collaboration to safeguard threatened heritage is the very intention behind the danger listing mechanism. The raison d'etre for Norway's ability to rally support is the fact that we do just that. We support endangered heritage to meet the requirements established by the committee in the DSOCR for successful removal from the danger list in due time. In this sense, weakening of the danger listing mechanism as well as premature removal of properties may be very unfortunate. We encourage the committee to be certain that challenges are indeed mitigated, requirements of the operational guidelines met, and OUD safeguarded before making its decisions. Norway encourages us all to think beyond the individual World Heritage property and always keep in mind this convention's unique significance to protecting our shared natural and cultural heritage and its contributions towards fulfilling the SDGs and achieving the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you all for your comments. I will ask the World Heritage Secretariat to answer your questions, or if they would like to make any comments, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I just want at this stage to maybe clarify and explain to everyone the way we've been working following the intervention by the distinguished delegate of Lebanon, who wanted some clarifications or understanding of the way we were working. I just want to explain the selection of World Heritage properties to be discussed, to be proposed for discussions, as we have done in the past. Just to recall that it is in 2003 that the World Heritage Committee started requesting that a report should be presented to the committee according to the two following categories. That the report would recommend a decision which, in the judgment of the World Heritage Center in consultation with the advisory bodies, require discussion by the World Heritage Committee, and also reports which, in the judgment of the World Heritage Center in consultation with the advisory bodies, can be noted without discussion. And this is just to recall that, of course, at that time, if my memory is correct, it is a discussion also where Lebanon was part of the World Heritage Committee at that time. And that is the reason why in 2019, at the World Heritage Committee in Baku, that was the 43rd session of the World Heritage Committee, the committee then supported the proposal by the World Heritage Center and the advisory body to only propose for discussion the following report of SOC, as well as the current practice allowing the committee to add to the list the reports they wish to discuss. And what you requested the World Heritage Center in this decision, which is decision 43-7.1, is to put for discussion only state of conservation report where removal of the property from the list of World Heritage danger is proposed. And if inscription of the property on the list of World Heritage in danger is proposed. And the third condition was if deletion of the property from the World Heritage list is proposed. And that's the reason why in our communication, I think it was, the first communication was on 24th of June, we only sent you the first. And therefore, we have been receiving your proposal and for state of conservation to be open for discussion, and we have been currently, constantly and regularly updating the list for discussion, which you have received. And again, we received this morning some additional proposal, and we will update the document INF 7 REF, which it's going to be made available to you in the afternoon. Of course, as we always said, the committee is, if you wish to change this process, it is your prerogative, and we will continue to work based on your decision to allow you continue your deliberation in the way you wish. I just wanted to clarify it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. I see that there are no more questions and comments. I remind you that this item remains open, and the draft decision 46-7 will be examined on 29 July once we have concluded the examination of items 7A and 7B. Dear committee members, before we start examining our item 7A, as you all know, the 6th edition of the World Heritage Site Managers Forum is currently taking place in New Delhi. The event started on 18th July and will continue until the end of the State of Conservation items on 25th July. This capacity building event has gathered nearly 100 site managers from all over the world under the universal theme, Heritage and Communities, Inclusive and Effective Approaches for the Sustainable Management of World Heritage Properties. I would like to express my sincere thanks to the Archaeological Survey of India, Attached Office of the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, to the UNESCO World Heritage Center, to the ICROM IUCN World Heritage Leadership Program, and all their partners involved for organizing this forum with such a great enthusiasm and success. I am particularly pleased that this year again, both the participants of the Young Professionals Forum, whom we heard from yesterday, and of the Site Managers Forum were able to meet and exchange during a full working session dedicated to youth and local communities' engagement in the management of World Heritage. I will now give the floor to Ms. Pablo Mohafa, South Africa, Ms. Hanan Najarre, State of Palestine, Ms. Reshma Sawant, India, Mr. Bertrand Guavry, France, Ms. Victoria Sosa, Argentina, to deliver a message on behalf of all the site managers present. You have the floor. Ms.
Chair? Yeah. Before we deliver our message, with your permission, we would like to present for the committee a short video of the past days of the forum. The 6th edition of the World Heritage Site Managers Forum was organized by the Ministry of Culture, represented by the Archaeological Survey of India, the UNESCO World Heritage Center, ICROM, and IUCN in partnership with the Aga Khan Trust for Culture and ICOMOS. The forum brought together 82 professionals responsible for the management of 82 World Heritage properties located in 34 countries. The participants extend their gratitude to the Government of India for graciously hosting and facilitating this forum in collaboration with UNESCO and the advisory bodies, as well as for the financial support provided to support the participation of 24 World Heritage Site Managers. Participants also thank the Aga Khan Trust for Culture for hosting the first 3 days of the forum at the World Heritage Property of the Humayun Tomb, Delhi. Site managers recall the World Heritage Committee of the previous statements and declarations of the World Heritage Site Managers Forums that were presented at 41 COM, Krakow, Poland, 42 COM, Manama, Bahrain, 43 COM, Baku, Azerbaijan, 44 COM, Fuzhou, China online, and last year at the 45 COM, Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. These statements highlight key challenges and issues that need to be tackled to ensure that site managers can effectively manage and conserve world heritage.
The inclusive governance and effective management of World Heritage requires holistic, people-centered, and rights-based approaches. Site managers advocate for the recognition of the role played by indigenous peoples and local communities in the protection and conservation of World Heritage properties and their buffer zones. World Heritage properties are recognized for their outstanding universal value and hold a wide range of other heritage values, including spiritual values important to indigenous and local communities. Indigenous traditional and local knowledge are essential to find transformative solutions to existing challenges and to overcome the nature-culture divide that often hinders the effectiveness of management efforts. An effective approach to responsible site development would also entail facilitating equity, behavioral change, sustainable livelihoods, local and indigenous knowledge-based innovative solutions, and fostering entrepreneurship and economic opportunities in and around World Heritage properties to benefit local communities. Therefore, it is imperative that state parties adopt and promote participatory approaches founded on constructive interaction between a wide range of actors.
El foro solicita el compromiso de los Estados parte en el reconocimiento del papel de los gestores de sitio y coordinadores de sitio en su Sistema Nacional del Patrimonio Mundial, con la definición de mandatos claros que estén plenamente reconocidos en los marcos institucionales, legales y reglamentarios y que cuenten con el apoyo financiero y los recursos adecuados para garantizar la protección de los bienes del patrimonio mundial a largo plazo. Los Estados parte deberían apoyar la labor de los gestores de sitio, estableciendo y fortaleciendo la comunicación entre los gestores y los funcionarios en los planos internacional y nacional. Las autoridades nacionales deben asegurar la transmisión de la información a los gestores de sitio sobre los cambios en los procesos, procedimientos y recursos relacionados con el sistema del patrimonio mundial. Nuestras preocupaciones deberían ocupar un lugar central en los debates en el ámbito internacional del patrimonio mundial. Deberían establecerse canales de comunicación accesibles entre los gestores de sitio y los diferentes actores, incluidos el Comité de Patrimonio Mundial, la Secretaría, los órganos consultivos y los Estados parte, a fin de facilitar la toma de decisiones y la resolución eficaz de los problemas.
Les conflits armés constituent des menaces importantes pour les biens du patrimoine mondial, entraînant des pertes de vies humaines, des dommages et des destructions du patrimoine naturel et culturel. Il est nécessaire de renforcer les capacités des gestionnaires de sites et des communautés locales à planifier et à mettre en œuvre des mesures de préparation et des réponses aux urgences appropriées pour faire face à ces défis. Les effets du changement climatique, les pressions urbaines et le manque de préparation aux catastrophes aggravent ces défis et entravent les efforts des gestionnaires de sites pour protéger les biens du patrimoine mondial pour les générations présentes et futures. L'assistance internationale, la coopération multilatérale et la promotion de la paix et de la réconciliation sont plus importantes que jamais. Le rôle et les responsabilités des gestionnaires de sites sont devenus de plus en plus complexes, nécessitant un renforcement continu des capacités pour renforcer les compétences existantes et acquérir de nouvelles compétences. Des actions de renforcement des capacités, des orientations et des outils supplémentaires sont nécessaires pour soutenir activement les gestionnaires de sites dans leurs efforts, pour répondre à la large gamme de défis auxquels sont confrontés les biens du patrimoine mondial. Les membres du Comité du patrimoine mondial et les États parties sont priés de fournir les moyens nécessaires pour investir en priorité dans le renforcement des capacités.
Over the years, the forum has become the established space for site managers to meet and exchange, strengthening international and regional networks, as can be seen through the We Are Site Managers International Symposium that led to the adoption of Georgetown Declaration. Site managers request that the forum continues to be organized in conjunction with the World Heritage Committee. Furthermore, site managers advocate for the establishment of international, regional, and thematic site managers networks where a site manager-led process of improvement by sharing experiences, continuous knowledge exchange can be developed with diverse mechanism of collaboration through online and in-person modalities supported by the Convention through adequate means. The concerns raised by the World Heritage Site Managers Fora should be included and reflected in the relevant agenda items and decisions adopted at the annual World Heritage Committee meetings. State parties should fully adopt and integrate the protection and management requirements for World Heritage stipulated in the operational guidelines for the implementation of the World Heritage Convention into national, legal and planning frameworks to enable and empower site managers to be able to effectively manage World Heritage properties. Okay.
Many thanks for this very inspiring feedback from the Site Managers Forum, and I'm sure you're hearing the wonderful claps. I'm very proud of this unique capacity building and exchange initiative could be pursued again this year in India. Are there any comments? I see none. Let's proceed then. We can proceed with our next agenda item. Now, considering the time limit, we will adjourn our meeting now for lunch and will resume at 3 p.m. with the item 7A. But I will now give the floor to the Secretariat to make some announcements. Thank you. India, you are the host, but we are running short of time. If they had all adhered to the time limits given, then we would have those 3 minutes extra, but we don't have, and I'm informed that the translators will close at one particular amount of time. So can you just make your statement in 1 minute if possible? I'll give you the floor.
I certainly don't want to come between us and the lunch, so I'll be very, very brief, but I just wanted to that hearing all the 5 participants of the Site Managers Forum was very encouraging. They provided us with this precise information from the ground. They are the actual persons on the ground who are managing these World Heritage properties. Their roles are fundamental, most critical. They are handling some of the most complex situations which go far beyond conservation, far beyond mere management of sites. And therefore, listening from them was very interesting and also useful from the point of view that when we are talking about policies here, I think these reflections do give us that understanding. So that is something that we must commend and salute. And the second point, which I would want to compliment the Secretariat for, that we used this opportunity wherein the international site managers who were present from all over the world had an opportunity to interact with site managers of India's World Heritage properties. And we've learned that how this interaction has been very useful. So it's been a very successful experiment and a model, and we hope in times to come this is emulated in other states parties who are hosting this committee meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and I now give the floor to the Secretariat.
Thank you. This is just an announcement about the 5 side events that will take place during lunch time. There will be the one side event titled Dive into Heritage, an innovative digital platform for World Heritage preservation and exploration. It will take place in a room MR6 in level 1 from 1:30 to 2:45, and it's organized by UNESCO. And then the second side event, it's titled Art That Reinstate Friendship, Ajanta Revisited in Armenia, and it will take place in room MR13 from 1:15 p.m. and it's organized by Armenia. And the third side event, it's an exhibition on the results of recent excavations in Muarajambi village and temple compound, and it will take place in the exhibition hall. It is a separate building access by level 1, and it is organized by Indonesia, and there will be the opening of the exhibition. And then the fourth site event, it's on Climate Action Toolkit for World Heritage. It will take place in room MR19 in level 1 and is organized by ICROM, Australia and the Netherlands, IUCN, ICOMOS, and the UNESCO. And the fifth side event, it's titled Science, Creativity and Empowerment, World Heritage Education Towards the Future. And it will take place in room MR10 in level 1, starting at 1 p.m. And it is organized by the World Heritage Institute of Training and Research Asia and Pacific. And lastly, Mr. Chairperson, I didn't hear the round of applause. I really would like the delegate to give a last round of applause to all the site managers who are looking after World Heritage sites. Thank you.
You know, as I had said in my opening statement to the site managers at their forum, that there are hundreds of thousands of companies in the world, and each of those companies could have many managers, but there are only 1,199 sites on the World Heritage list as of now, which means the club of site managers is a very exclusive global club. Thank you so much, and you deserve all our applause. And with that, this meeting is adjourned till 3 p.m. Dear colleagues, I request you all to please take your seats. We are about to commence. Dear committee members, dear colleagues, we are now going to open agenda item 7A on the state of conservation reports of the properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger. In this regard, I wish to inform you that as announced during our first meeting of the Bureau on Sunday, requests coming from committee members during the session would be accepted until the opening of General Item 7 this morning, and that any such last-minute request be only discussed the next day, to let sufficient time for all committee members and experts to be prepared and ensure a well-informed decision-making process. Therefore, the properties open for discussion this morning will not be examined today, but tomorrow. A few state parties had asked me some questions concerning the right of committee members presenting amendments to their own property, the process of circulation of amendments submitted. I will therefore give the floor to the Director of the World Heritage Center, Mr. Elendo Osomo, to respond to these two questions. Mr. Director, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Juste pour répondre aux deux questions qui vous ont été posées par les États parties ou quelques États parties. Sur la première question concernant la soumission d'amendements par membre du comité, il n'y a pas de règle particulière qui empêche un membre du comité de présenter un amendement concernant un site sur son territoire. Par contre, l'État concerné ne peut pas prendre la parole, sauf à la demande d'un membre du comité pour répondre à une question précise. Et sur la procédure pour la mise à disposition des amendements qui sont envoyés à l'adresse email WH rapporteur, je voudrais expliquer un peu comment nous travaillons pour essayer de vous mettre le plus possible ces amendements. Nous les recevons dans cette adresse et ensuite nous devons les mettre en forme, nous devons les traduire, nous devons ajuster le langage parce qu'il y a quelquefois plusieurs amendements qui arrivent pour dire à peu près la même chose mais avec des différents mots, etc. Une fois que nous avons trouvé une mise en forme régulière et que nous avons transmis, nous passons l'amendement au rapporteur et nous l'envoyons aussi à l'État partie. Et nous faisons notre mieux pour le faire effectivement en respect des règles et procédures du travail du comité. Voilà, merci Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Director, for answering the questions that were posed by a few state parties concerning the right of committee members presenting amendments to their own property and the process of circulation of amendments so submitted. Thank you very much for these clarifications. Dear friends and colleagues, according to para 190 of the operational guidelines, the committee shall review annually the state of conservation of properties on the list of World Heritage in danger. We have now reached this crucial part of our agenda, which is at the heart of the convention. Before we start with the examination of individual state of conservation reports, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Elendo Osomo, Director of the WHC, to introduce this item. Mr. Director, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Document 7A, 7A add, 7A add 2, 7A add 3, and 7A add 4 present detailed report on the state of conservation of for the 56 properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger. In addition to the individual reports, there is one general decision on the World Heritage properties in the Democratic Republic of Congo. In line with our rotation practice this year, we will start the presentation of the report with cultural properties in the following order of regions. We will start with Europe and North America, to be followed by Latin America and the Caribbean. And we will continue with Africa, then Arab states, and we'll finish with Asia Pacific. The presentations will be made jointly by the Secretariat and the advisory bodies. After the examination of cultural properties, we will proceed with the examination of natural properties in the same regional order. Please note that there are no mixed properties on the list of World Heritage in danger. Once we reach the relevant agenda items, and before the floor is given to the Secretariat and the advisory bodies, it is the practice, Mr. Chairperson, that the committee member who has requested a specific state of conservation report to be opened for discussion be asked to briefly present the reason why it felt important to discuss this report in order to keep the debate focused on this issue. I also would like to remind the distinguished committee members that for all the state of conservation reports not open for discussion, as it is the practice, the list of these properties will only be read out by the Secretariat, after which you may, Mr. Chairperson, then declare, if all agree, the relevant decisions adopted. As the distinguished members of the committee have seen, we have proposed a tentative timetable specific to the examination of the State of Conservation report. I would therefore encourage you all to refer to this document, which will be updated daily on the World Heritage Center's webpage according to our progress, but also according to the new information that we will have received. Before concluding, I would also like to recall some of the committee's rules of procedure which you may want to apply on this agenda item to facilitate the conduct of the debates. I want to recall Rule 22.5, which says that the chairperson shall put committee members' questions to a state party once at the end of the committee's debate on the property. And then Rule 22.6, state parties shall not speak to World Heritage properties in their own territories except at the explicit invitation of the chairperson within the allowed time for their speech and in response to specific questions posed. Lastly, Mr. Chairperson, I would like to remind the distinguished committee members about the very important decision 35-12E, which the committee adopted at its 35th session in 2011, requesting state parties to refrain from providing additional information regarding conservation issues after the deadlines indicated in the operational guidelines, as this information cannot be given the necessary attention for review by the Secretariat and the advisory bodies at such short notice. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much for this useful introduction. If there is no question, we shall now proceed with the examination of the first report. I see a state party has raised, an observer state party has raised its plate. But before that, any committee members would like to raise their plates, you may do so now. I will give the floor to the Director of the World Heritage Center to read out the names before and after which I will be closing the list. Mr. Director, kindly read out the names.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I have on my list, as committee member, Argentina, and then I think as a state party observer, Russian Federation. Thank you, Chairperson. I don't see any other state party observer who has requested for the floor.
Okay, I will give the floor to Argentina and close the list. The list of speakers is now closed. Argentina, you have the floor, to be followed by the observer state party, the Russian Federation.
Gracias, señor presidente. Es para hacer una consulta sobre el procedimiento. Sabemos que este punto de la agenda va a quedar abierto y queremos saber en qué momento se van a tratar la sugerencia de no reabrir temas o de aprobar sin debate. Queremos hacer alguna intervención con respecto a una de las propuestas de los textos que no van a ser sometidos a debate según la sugerencia que adoptamos previamente. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. The Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Спасибо большое, господин председатель. Я выступаю в качестве наблюдателя, но в прошлом году мы закончили свой 4-летний мандат как члены комитета. В течение 4 лет мы опирались на помощь секретариата, и мы им за это очень благодарны. Все эти 4 года секретариат говорил нам, что страна-член не может вносить правки по объектам, расположенным на своей территории, потому что это хорошая практика. И несмотря на то, что и никакая сторона такие правки не вносила. И когда одна из сторон хотела внести правки, секретариат ей настоятельно посоветовал их отозвать, чтобы внесла другая сторона. Сейчас, как мы поняли из разъяснений, сторона конвенции, на территории которой расположены объекты, такие правки вносить может. Поэтому, уважаемый господин директор Центра всемирного наследия, не можете ли вы сказать, что изменилось за последний год? Какие были приняты новые решения, которые теперь позволяют странам, на территории которых расположены объекты, вносить правки? И как это согласуется с этическими принципами работы стран-членов комитета? Спасибо большое.
Thank you. I'll now give the floor to the Secretariat. Mr. Director, would you like to answer the question, or should the legal advisor, you'd like to ask someone else to respond to these questions? You have the floor, sir.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je pense que j'avais déjà répondu à cette question tout à l'heure, puisque vous avez dans votre introduction redit exactement la même question et vous m'avez demandé de répondre. Donc j'ai déjà répondu à cette question à laquelle la distinguée déléguée de la Russie a posé. J'ai déjà répondu à cette question très clairement, Monsieur le Président. Je vous remercie.
Argentina, you had asked some question as well. Apparently it's not noted, so can you quickly pose your questions again? We'll be very grateful to you. Thank you.
Sí, gracias, señor presidente. Quería saber en qué momento de la agenda, dado que este punto va a quedar, las decisiones van a quedar abiertas por varios días, vamos a tratar los temas que se sugiere que no se debatan. Queremos pedir en un caso particular una apertura de debate y queremos saber cuándo es este momento. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I give the floor back to the Director WHC.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Effectivement, les membres du comité peuvent effectivement demander l'ouverture à la discussion avant, jusqu'avant l'ouverture, l'examen du point. Ce que la pratique du travail que le comité a l'habitude de faire, c'est pour que le secrétariat se prépare suffisamment pour les dossiers, les sites en question ou les rapports en question, le comité a convenu qu'il serait préférable de le faire suffisamment à l'avance. Bien sûr, rien n'interdit à un membre du comité d'ouvrir le point, mais pour permettre le travail du secrétariat de préparer tous les documents et les rapports, il est effectivement encouragé et très recommandé que cela se fasse avant. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Mr. Director. I will now give the floor to the ADG Culture. You have the floor, sir.
No, para poder responderle al estimado delegado de Argentina, entiendo que la pregunta que usted está planteando no es para abrir los estados de conservación, es simplemente preguntar en qué momento usted puede hacer un comentario sobre un específico estado de conservación de un sitio y usted está preguntando al presidente o al secretariado que le responda en qué momento usted puede hacer esa intervención, antes o después. Eso es lo que está preguntando, si lo puede hacer antes de, en este punto, en este momento, o tiene que esperar que llegue, porque si nuestro secretariado va a hacer listado completo de los sitios, después no va a poder hablar sobre un sitio que ya se conversó como cerrado. Eso está preguntando. Entonces, para que le digan ahora, después o después.
Argentina, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Me obliga a hacer una aclaración de algo que en otras reuniones o precedentemente en una práctica, que es que la lista de oradores se suele cerrar después de la tercera intervención de un miembro. En esta reunión, esta mañana, parece que adoptamos otra decisión, que es la lista de oradores se cierra antes de comenzar a hablar. Esto nos impide reaccionar sobre intervenciones de otros estados y en este caso particular tenemos otro problema. Nosotros presentamos ya en avance una nota pidiendo la reapertura de un debate. Ahora, el texto que tienen todas las delegaciones aquí dice que hay algunos temas que se van a aprobar sin debate. Por otro lado, la aprobación final va a venir dentro del día 29. Por lo tanto, nos deja un margen muy amplio para saber en qué momento nosotros podemos efectivizar ese pedido de apertura de un punto en particular. Es solamente una cuestión de agenda, de saber cuándo lo tenemos que hacer o si tenemos que estar todo el tiempo esperando o lo tenemos que hacer cuando el día 29 o lo podemos hacer ahora. Está muy relacionado con esta regla que adoptamos esta mañana, que se cierra la lista de oradores al principio, antes de comenzar el debate. Muchas gracias.
We will be asking if anybody wants to take the floor. Apparently, you had mentioned 2 times that you were overlooked. So, and the response got from the Secretariat which was informed to me, was that when I had asked member states to put their nameplates, your nameplate was not put up at that point in time, but was done afterwards. So we thought that no member state should be overlooked, and that's why we are paying particular attention to all the corners, and we are reminding the member states, not once but even twice, that if you wish to take the floor, please raise your nameplates in order to give opportunity to everyone to take the floor. Now, if that is okay, with regards to your specific question as to when should you raise a question about a particular item, Mr. Lazar, would you like to respond to him? You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est juste pour dire qu'effectivement, les débats que vous avez eus ce matin, vous les avez eus sur les rapports, les différents rapports. Et donc, sur ces rapports-là, effectivement, vous posez des questions, vous rebondissez sur des... Je pense que c'est ce que le délégué de l'Argentine veut particulièrement dire, c'est que des débats apportent aussi d'autres questions qui sont nécessaires et qui peuvent permettre à des membres du comité de rebondir sur ces questions. Donc, effectivement, je pense que c'était ça le message. Sur les états de conservation, vous aurez vous aurez un examen des points qui sont des sites qui sont ouverts à discussion, sur lesquels vous aurez un débat. Si, comme je l'ai dit, si vous avez des commentaires aussi sur des sites qui ne sont pas ouverts à débat, je pense que vous avez la possibilité de faire des commentaires. Une fois que l'adoption de ce point est terminée, et vous pouvez toujours faire des commentaires, et puis vous êtes les membres du comité, de toute façon. Donc, en tant que membre du comité, je pense que vous avez la possibilité de prendre la parole pour faire vos commentaires additionnels pour ces sites qui ne sont pas ouverts à discussion, que vous aurez adopté en bloc parce que vous souhaitez peut-être passer des messages particuliers en plus ou encourageants, etc. Voilà. Merci beaucoup.
Argentina, this is the third time you are taking the floor. You have it, sir.
Gracias, señor presidente. Sí, lamentablemente es la tercera vez. No me queda claro lo siguiente, y lo voy a hacer ahora. Nuestro país presentó una propuesta de enmiendas a una decisión que iba a ser adoptada sin debate. Ya fue presentada. Lo que queremos es pedir sobre un punto en particular que se abra el debate y poder analizar esta propuesta de enmienda. Por lo tanto, como no nos queda claro cuál es el momento preciso en que se puede hacer, quiero hacerlo formalmente ahora. La Argentina quiere pedir que se abra el debate sobre un punto de la decisión 46,7A3. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Mr. Lazar, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La décision dont le distingué délégué parle est bien inclus dans la liste des sites qui seront discutés cet après-midi, et vous aurez cette possibilité, et cette liste a été communiquée à tous les États parties, et je vous rassure. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you for this useful introduction. If there is no question, we shall now proceed with the examination of the first report. I would now give the floor to the delegation of Lebanon to present to the committee the reason it requested to open the state of conservation of the Historic Center of Vienna, Austria. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a moment, let me... Okay. The Historic Center of Vienna is a very complex urban property with multiple layers of heritage values, overlapping attributes, stakeholders and rights holders with sometimes conflicting interests. The property was inscribed on the list of World Heritage in 2001. 1 year after this inscription, the committee expressed concern over a complex of high-rise buildings in the Wien Mitte project being built on the immediate periphery of the property. After several missions and discussions, the project was amended, and the World Heritage Committee decided to call for an international conference on the subject of World Heritage and Contemporary Architecture, which was held in May 2005 in Vienna under the patronage of UNESCO and attended by more than 600 experts and professionals from 55 countries. This conference issued a document called Vienna Memorandum, which contained the main principle that will lead to the development of the historic urban landscape approach adopted by UNESCO General Conference in 2011. Since its inscription on the list, the issue of the effective control of high-rise building projects within the property, within its buffer zone and wider setting, seems to have represented a major challenge for the conservation of the property's OUV. It was also the case everywhere in the world, and we started having high-rise buildings in and around historic centers inscribed on the list. Unfortunately, that is still the case now. In 2017, the committee decided to inscribe the Vienna on the list in danger because the city's master plan permits the construction of buildings of a scale that would have an adverse impact on the urban form. Now, what we can read in the report of the March 2024 Joint Mission and the present draft decision is that progress made in implementing the adaptive corrective measures required to achieve the desired state of conservation has been achieved. There has been a lot of progress. Not final, but a lot of progress. We hope that the progress made will allow to remove the property from the list in danger in the near future, but we hope also that this issue of high-rise building everywhere that we are meeting in diverse cities, in a lot of cities inscribed on the list, be again raised and discussed, and that the experience of Vienna be a good experience for other cities. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite Ms. Berta de San Cristobal, Chief of the Europe and North America Unit of the World Heritage Center, and ECOMOS to provide their comments. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The World Heritage Center concurs that the circumstances of the Historic Center of Vienna warrant close attention from the World Heritage Committee as the state party makes progress with the agreed corrective measures and the trajectory towards the desired state of conservation for removal of the property from the list of World Heritage in danger. In response to the comments on high-rise projects, the World Heritage Center notes that the Viennese Building Code has been amended. The state party is in the process of amending the Federal Monument Protection Act and developing a new urban development strategy for Vienna, known as STEP 2035, which will include provisions for the protection of World Heritage. As the distinguished delegate of Lebanon recalled, in the course of the years since the inscription of the property on the World Heritage List in 2001, the committee has, in its previous sessions, reviewed, proposed, and implemented high-rise building projects. The Heuermarkt New project, which is also referred to as Vienna Ice Skating Club or Intercontinental Hotel, was reviewed by the committee at its 37th session in 2013
and in 2017 became one of the main reasons for the committee's decision to inscribe the property on the list of World Heritage in danger. The Joint World Heritage Center ICOMOS-ICROM advisory mission was requested by the state party earlier this year to advise, in a spirit of cooperation, on the possibilities of defining acceptable thresholds for the design review options of the Hoya Mark project and on the status of implementation of the corrective measures for the removal of the property from the list of World Heritage in danger. The mission report presents the state party with 4 different options, and the version of April 2024 could therefore not be informed by the mission report. The advisory mission and the state of conservation report before the committee consider a number of other existing and planned projects in and around the property. A number of new projects proposed for highly sensitive locations within the property have not yet been notified to the World Heritage Center in accordance with paragraph 122 of the operational guidelines, nor have they yet been subject to a heritage impact assessment in accordance with paragraph 118 bis of the operational guidelines, indicating that the management system is not yet functioning in a manner that guarantees the safeguarding of the outstanding universal value of the property. In summary, the concerns expressed by Lebanon about the potential impact of high-rise development on the property are shared by the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies. And these issues are being addressed by the state party through the corrective measures process, with the benefit of the advice from the Joint World Heritage Center ICOMOS-ICROM advisory mission earlier this year. With your permission, Mr. Chairperson, my colleague from ICOMOS would like to briefly report on the mission findings. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. ICOMOS also acknowledges the progress made by the state party in implementing the corrective measures required for the property to meet the adopted desired state of conservation for removal from the list of World Heritage in danger. Monitoring and evaluation of the effectiveness of the management plan is one of the conditions previously adopted by the committee as a corrective measure, and it would be helpful to recall in the committee's decision to guide the state party towards removal of the property from the list in danger. The 2024 advisory mission considered a revised proposal for the Hooimark New project, which consists of 3 building components, and has advised that benefits of the project should be realised without eroding the OUV of the property, highlighting that its high-rise elements remain problematic. To assist the state party, the advisory mission provided 4 different options and identified the relative preference among these options to help the state party further refine the scheme to respect the authenticity and integrity of the property. The advisory mission also made recommendations regarding the maximum height of the future hotel building and the residential building. These recommendations are consistent with the committee's decisions since 2013. The April 24 scheme does not yet align with the advisory mission advice. The advisory mission also advised that the chosen design should be subject to the same heritage impact assessment process as previous versions of the scheme, so that the relevant requirement in the DSOC-R can actually be achieved. This advice is embodied in the draft decision before the committee. At the invitation and request of the state party, the 2024 advisory mission has also assessed progress in the implementation of the corrective measures. The advisory mission observed that a number of corrective measures are yet to be fully completed. These include a final acceptable design for the Hooimark New project, revision of the design of a proposed new hotel wing in the Schwarzenberg Garden, strong statutory protection for historic gardens, and ensuring that sound planning tools and legal provisions foster the safeguarding of the property. This would include effective processes for determining when heritage impact assessment is warranted. These and other corrective measures need to be fully completed. Only then, having given the state party sufficient time to address the recommendations of the mission sent only a few months ago, would it be appropriate to request a reactive monitoring mission, which would then assess whether the property has achieved the desired state of conservation for removal from the list of World Heritage in danger. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I would like to know whether there are any comments from any committee member. Argentina, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Quiero recordar cómo llegó este tema a la lista en peligro. Fue el Estado parte el que decidió y nos alertó sobre el peligro que corría un bien tan preciado para todo el patrimonio mundial. Desde que se hizo la inscripción en la lista en peligro, lo que nos ha mostrado el Estado parte es el compromiso absoluto que tiene con el BUE que le fue otorgado en su comienzo a este sitio. Hemos escuchado aquí que no es un castigo estar en la lista en peligro, sino que es para ayudar a los Estados partes a defender este bien. Creo que estamos haciendo lo incorrecto, estamos mandando un mensaje muy equivocado a todos los Estados miembros y les estamos diciendo, pedir ustedes mismos que un bien sea considerado en peligro los va a castigar eternamente. Ningún Estado o pocos Estados han logrado lo que ha logrado el Estado proponente en estos años en que Viena está en la lista en peligro. Y creemos que nos han dado un ejemplo de cómo tienen y cómo tenemos que reaccionar. Nos parece como delegación que es el momento en que dejemos al Estado que presentó esta propuesta que se arreglen solos, porque nos están dando un ejemplo de cómo hay que proceder con el patrimonio mundial. Si faltan unos meses para la inspección, que esos meses sirvan para ir a visitar el éxito de la aplicación y no tenemos que darle lecciones a un Estado ejemplar en la defensa del patrimonio de cómo deben reaccionar. Entendemos las objeciones presentadas por los organismos técnicos, pero dejemos a Austria que se encargue de esto y mostrémosles a todos los miembros que estar en la lista en peligro no es un castigo, sino una solución. Muchas gracias.
I think you have said it very well, that being on the list of World Heritage in danger is not a punishment. I thank you for saying that statement. Any other member states, committee member would like to take the floor? Greece, you have the floor.
Yes, Chairperson. Very briefly, just to say that we follow the logic of the intervention of our colleague from Argentina, and we will develop our position during the discussion and the debate on the draft resolution, on which we have already presented an amendment. Thank you.
Excuse me. Any other member state would like to take the floor? Yes, Republic of Korea, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Republic of Korea takes note of the efforts made by the state party, such as corrective measures and amendment of the Viennese Building Code. We also commend the state party for its continued effort regarding the Hoimacht Noi project and welcome the request of the state party for the reactive monitoring mission. Especially in the Para 8, we can see their commitment to achieving DSOCR on the basis of heritage impact assessment. We encourage the state party continue its dialogue with the World Heritage Center and the advisory body with a view to achieving DSOCR, including further improvement and implementation of the management plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now give the floor to Mexico, followed by Japan.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Nosotros coincidimos en las preocupaciones que manifestó el distinguido representante del Líbano, siempre admirado y estimado. Y él hizo recordarnos justamente el surgimiento del memorándum de Viena, justamente a partir de un tema que llevó a Viena 2005, en esos años, a la lista en peligro, si mal no recuerdo, por una estación de trenes. Un país que ha atendido desde siempre las recomendaciones del comité, que ha trabajado en la correcta implementación de la convención y obviamente
que está trabajando, como lo estamos viendo, como lo mencionó Corea, como lo menciona Argentina, en temas atendiendo la misma recomendación sobre el paisaje urbano histórico de 2011. Creo que el estudio de impacto patrimonial que recomienda el ICOMOS es prudente, pero también creo que, dado el compromiso que ha tenido Austria, este Estado parte, en la atención y la correcta implementación de la Convención y las medidas que han estado llevando a cabo, podría considerarse, esperaremos revisar la enmienda que presentará Grecia, pero podríamos considerar apoyarlos, ya no en la lista en peligro, y que sigan ellos cumpliendo con todos los compromisos que se han establecido con el órgano consultivo. Gracias.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Japan, followed by Qatar.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief. We would like to commend the state party Austria for their tremendous effort to protect the site, as well as to harmonize its conservation in complex situation of modern city. Needless to say, this is a typical case of conservation and protection of historic urban landscapes. We also thank to the advisory bodies for their continuing efforts. As we all know, as just mentioned, meaning of endangered listing has been discussed repeatedly in every committee meeting. And we also understand that it should not be a kind of punishment, but rather it should be a tool to help state party concerned and all stakeholders. Concerning this important city, so many discussions have been carried out and important measures have been taken by relevant authorities. We welcome further efforts for this site and also welcome to discuss about a way out from the list of World Heritage in danger. We also think that along with this direction, a clear framework for dialogue between state party and the advisory bodies is needed. Therefore, we support the proposed amendment by Greece, including suggested reactive monitoring mission. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to Qatar, followed by Senegal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The State of Qatar acknowledges the efforts and commendable progress made by the State Party of Austria in preserving the historic center of Vienna. We have carefully listened to the statement by the advisory body and also appreciating the significant steps taken by the State Party toward the implementation of the corrective measure required for achieving the desired state of conservation for the removal of property from the list of the World Heritage in danger. And we commend the effort of Austria in preserving the Heritage Center of Vienna. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now give the floor to Senegal, followed by SVG.
Merci. L'État du Sénégal souhaiterait donc appuyer l'amendement de la Grèce et nous pensons que le pays a fait énormément d'efforts dans le sens donc de développer son site, de respecter les principes qui sont recommandés par la Convention. De ce point de vue, nous pensons que le pays a suffisamment démontré sa résilience face au contexte et que donc les recommandations qui sont données par les pays qui nous sont précédés pourraient donc être suivies, c'est-à-dire donc de procéder au retrait du centre historique de la liste en péril et d'encourager le pays à continuer à poursuivre ses efforts dans le sens donc de remplir donc toutes les recommandations et les recommandations formulées par les organes consultatifs. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Having reviewed the documents associated with this heritage site, the following points need to be made. The state party implemented in part a series of corrective measures as were requested in an effort to remove the property from the list of World Heritage in danger. The state party, in conjunction with the World Heritage Center and the advisory mission, have examined the management systems for the site, and we can expect to receive...
May I interrupt you? There is a point of order by Greece. Yeah, but then don't do this. All right, sorry, please continue.
Yeah. Okay. The state party, in conjunction with the World Heritage Center and the advisory mission, have examined the management systems for the site, and we can expect to receive the version of the improved plans in short order. Similarly, the state party is to submit the heritage impact assessment and design plans for the infrastructure development projects proposed for the site. Notwithstanding the efforts of the state party, there are additional infrastructure development, namely the underground visitor center and the extension to the metro system, for which more details are required by the advisory bodies for assessment. Accordingly, St. Vincent and the Grenadines congratulates the state party on its efforts and encourages it to continue the implementation of its work and its commitments. We look forward to the report next year. St. Vincent and the Grenadines therefore supports the amendment submitted by Greece. Thank you.
Thank you. Kazakhstan, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairperson, distinguished members of the World Heritage Committee, esteemed colleagues. Speaking on behalf of the Republic of Kazakhstan, I would like to emphasize that we all understand the importance of preserving our historic center of Vienna and recognize the extensive effort being made to achieve this goal. The issue of preserving the historic center of Vienna has been raised for many years. Since 2013, the committee has repeatedly returned to this issue, and Austria has been tirelessly working of implementing corrective measures. These measures are both fundamental and practical, including amendments to Vienna Building Code, the expansion of roof cadastre, and upcoming changes to Federal Monument Protection Act. These initiatives demonstrate both Austria's serious commitment to preserving the outstanding universal value of the property and the practical expected effects. Austria voluntarily invited the advisory mission, which in itself reflects their seriousness and willingness to address the existing issues collaboratively. Kazakhstan also supports the importance of strengthening the role of site managers and establishing a monitoring and evaluation program. The effectiveness of the management plan should be demonstrated through regular monitoring and evaluation. Austria is one of the 3 state parties to the World Heritage Convention that have a national ICOMOS monitoring system of the World Heritage properties. The national ICOMOS commissions at least 2 experts for each property who regularly monitor the sites and report to the managers about their state of conservation. Additionally, they support the managers by providing advice on any issues related to World Heritage. Vienna incorporated this ICOMOS monitoring systematically into its management system at the end of 2021 after a new management plan was adopted. All these changes are effective evidence of effective work of preserving the historic center of Vienna. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
Thank you. Greece, I see your nameplate. This is the second time you're taking the floor. You have it, sir.
Yes, sir. Just a procedural question. As I said in my previous intervention, we are going to present the reasoning of our amendments when the debate on the draft decision will start. Since I see and I welcome many colleagues supporting our amendments, we were wondering when is the right moment to present our reasoning and our amendments, because many delegates, and who we thank a lot, they have expressed their support for our amendments without us having the possibility to present them. So it's a more procedural question that I'm addressing to the presidency. Thank you.
There are no more questions. You can give your justification now as advised by the Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. So, as I said, we would like briefly present before the members of the committee the reasoning for the proposed amendments to this draft decision, which our delegation suggests after having examined thoroughly the relevant documents. Colleagues, the Historic Center of Vienna, as it is known, has been included in the list of World Heritage in danger since 2017. Meanwhile, significant efforts have been made by the State Party in implementing a number of corrective measures. This has already been acknowledged by the World Heritage Committee in its decisions since 2018, and in particular in its previous decision adopted in 2023 in Riyadh. We do believe that all this has to be reflected in the draft decision to enable the committee to decide accordingly. In particular, concerning the management plan, we understand that it has been examined and approved during the last committee session. Therefore, we propose the amendment on paras 4 and 5, as it will be soon seen in the screen. Para 5, in its current version, should be interpreted the same in the sense that the completion of the corrective measures is only possible after a time frame of 5 years, a perspective that would exclude the possibility of removing the property from the endangered list until 2028. Therefore, we proposed the slight changes in the wording of Para 5. We have additional wording as far as Paras 7 and 8 are concerned. The advisory mission report on 2024 came to the conclusion that significant progress has been made in revising the design of the Hetman Neuf project, and that the mission assesses that this corrective measure is nearing its achievement. We understand that the project in question has been continuously revised by the State Party in a costly and complex process as a result of the committee's decisions and a series of accompanying heritage impact assessment, and in close dialogue with the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies. The wording of that decision, however, gives the impression that no progress at all has been made. Therefore, we propose the amend Paras 7 and 8 accordingly. However, before we take any final decision regarding this very complex and technical issue, it would be advisable to ask the State Party to give us some further clarifications concerning the revised design of the Hetman new project, especially in the light of the recent, and I would say the very recent, advisory mission. In conclusion, the proposed amendments aim at highlighting the combined efforts made so far by the World Heritage Center and the advisory body, and of course, by the State Party since 2017, in a very systematic way and according to the operational guidelines for the adoption of the necessary corrective measures. In this context, we consider appropriate that the property is given a perspective for removal from the list of the World Heritage in danger within a reasonable time frame and on the basis of the outcome of the reactive monitoring mission proposed in a new paragraph 12. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the rationale, Greece. You know, as per the scenario made by the Secretariat for the Chair, usually we give the floor to the presenter of the amendment, and it was mentioned here that we gave the floor to the delegation of Lebanon to present to the committee the reason it requested to open. So the one who gives a request to open, they are given the floor first. Then, and they give their rationale, with Lebanon did. Thereafter, we call the experts, and the experts give their view, which was also done. After the expert has given their views, we open the floor and ask for comments by member states. Now, what comments member states make, the chair has no control on it. If they made comments on the Greek amendments, even before the amendments were presented, it's up to the member states. But then, because the committee members started making comments on your amendment, suddenly you asked a question as to when will I be able to give a justification for my rationale. And, you know, the cooperative nature that the Secretariat has, they said, okay, give it to him now, which I did. But I feel that the right thing should be when I ask the rapporteur, is there an amendment? And then the rapporteur either says yes and no, and we open it, then one can say that, you know, we would like to explain it. So it's okay, you know, we have given you the floor. You have made beautiful suggestions. It's all noted. So I will proceed now. Greece, you have taken the floor. We are already running 3 hours late. If we do not finish it, I will be forced to call you either early in the morning for 1 or 2 hours at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, or make you wait in the evening so that we meet our agenda timing. But you have the floor, sir.
Thank you for your flexibility, and I'm sure that you understand that we had to clarify the procedure while we are in. Thank you.
Thank you, and you are blameless. It's not your fault. Perfect. Thank you for your comments. Member states have made their comments. I will ask Ms. San Cristobal and ICOMOS to answer if there are any questions, but in case there are no questions and if you have already covered, then you can let it be. So, ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. ICOMOS will just answer quickly with respect to matters put by the honourable delegates for Argentina and Japan. In relation to the intervention from Argentina, ICOMOS would simply clarify that the advisory bodies have not been given directions other than when an advisory mission has been requested by the state party or a reactive monitoring mission has been requested by the committee. So the advice that is being provided is on request. There have been, in fact, 2 advisory missions, 2 reactive monitoring missions, and 4 technical reviews across the period. So with respect to the question and request from the Honourable Delegate for Japan about dialogue, there has been extensive dialogue since 2012. There continues to be such dialogue, but there is some confusion amongst some of the interventions between what's happening in the missions and what's happening in the technical reviews. And ICOMOS would simply advise that when the missions take place, that is when the general advice is being provided, and the advice that has been given to the state party since 2012 has been consistent. And from time to time, particularly with respect to the Heumark project, a specific proposal has been submitted by the state party to the World Heritage Centre, and when that occurs, the advisory body provides a technical review which relates to the specific project that has been submitted, and that is not in the form of more general advice. I hope that is helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I see no more questions or comments. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46-7A.1 concerning this property, but before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments.
Eh bien, Monsieur le Président, nous avons reçu un amendement de la Grèce et je pense que tout sera plus clair suite à l'intervention de la Grèce après présentation du texte de cet amendement. Je commence avec le paragraphe 4 où l'amendement propose de remplacer la phrase commençant par « encourage l'État partie » par « demande à l'État partie de considérer ces recommandations comme un outil de travail essentiel pour assurer une amélioration accrue du nouveau système de gestion et pour guider la future révision du plan de gestion adopté par le Comité du patrimoine mondial à sa 45e session élargie à Riyad en 2023. Paragraphe suivant note également que l'efficacité du plan de gestion doit être démontrée dans la pratique par un suivi régulier. Paragraphe 7 l'amendement propose également de remplacer en vue de réduire par en réduisant plus avant. Je pense qu'on va remplacer plus avant par davantage, en réduisant davantage les impacts négatifs de la proposition de la VUE du bien sur les attributs qui la transmettent. Je me tourne vers la version anglaise. Further reducing, oui, réduire davantage. Paragraphe 8 considère que la proposition de conception à nouveau révisée concernant l'amélioration du développement de Hooimark-Neo devrait s'appuyer sur les 4 options proposées par la mission de conseil de 2024 afin d'atteindre l'élément du DSOCR pertinent et pris instamment l'État partie de soumettre des plans détaillés et une conception sur la base de l'EIP, à la place du texte initialement proposé dans la décision. Enfin, l'amendement propose l'insertion d'un 12e paragraphe, demande qu'une mission de suivi réactif ait lieu rapidement après la soumission des plans détaillés et de la conception du projet Hooimark-Neo. Excusez-moi si ma prononciation allemande n'est pas la bonne, dans sa version d'avril 2024. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Now that the rapporteur has informed us about the amendment, at this point in time, we would have asked the presenter of the amendment to take the floor and explain the rationale, but they've already explained. But did I hear right that you wanted to give the floor to the observer state party, and a committee member can request for the floor to be given? And because you had made that request, I will give the floor to the observer state party of Austria to make a comment for 2 minutes maximum.
Thank you, distinguished chairperson, for giving us the floor. Since this is the first time we are taking it, let me congratulate you on a brilliant chairmanship and thank India for being such a generous and visionary host. I would pass over to my colleague, our National Heritage Coordinator, to go into the details.
Thank you so much. Concerning the amendment to Para 8.
Rico.
Do you hear me?
Komm daher.
Yeah. No. Okay. Thank you. Distinguished members of the committee and dear colleagues of the advisory bodies, we are very grateful for the advice you put forward by this comprehensive mission report that we certainly will consider an important additional working tool to further achieve the completion of our really comprehensive set of corrective measures. However, there remains a concern about Para 8 because we're not sure how apodictic the proposal to choose out of the options put forward by the mission report concerning the Hooimark-Neo project is considered. If this would be mandatory to complete our related corrective measures, I'm very much afraid this would set back the whole process to start, as these proposals actually, well, I cannot say it more friendly than ignore the process carried out since 2021 that led to a project in 2023 that was considered a progress by the World Heritage Committee. And so I feel a bit lost with these recommendations by the mission report. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will be going to the draft decisions. Those committee members that have expressed support for the draft decision, we would request you to put your nameplates up so the rapporteur could note it down. Those who want to support this draft amendment by Greece, we request you to put your nameplates up and let them remain up till the time the rapporteur, I'll give the floor to the rapporteur to take a call and name them. Okay, Mr. Rapporteur, will you please note down as per your request, note down the names of the countries and then they will put their nameplates down.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'ai bien noté les soutiens à cet amendement par le Qatar, la République de Corée, Saint-Vincent et les Grenadines, l'Italie, le Japon, le Sénégal, la Zambie, le Kazakhstan, le Mexique, l'Inde, l'Argentine, Saint-Vincent et les Grenadines, j'ai déjà dit. Je pense que c'est bon.
Have you noted Zambia and Senegal? Okay. We will go to the draft decisions. Point 1 and 1 to 3, there is no change. Are there any objections to point 1, 2, 3 being adopted? I see no objection. It is adopted, but I'm not hitting at the hammer yet. We go to point number 4, which is the amendment. Are there any objections to point number 4 as amended before we adopt it? Okay, I see no objections. We go to the next point. I see St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You have the floor. Are there any objections to the para 5? Any comments? I see none. Go to para 6. Sorry, I see Japan has raised their plate. You have the floor.
Well, maybe. Yeah, do you hear me? Okay. Like we have yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
I see Lebanon had raised their plate and Kazakhstan. So point number 6, Lebanon wants to speak to. So I'll now give the floor to Kazakhstan and then Lebanon.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Our country also was not mentioned there, as well as Japan before. Thank you.
I request the rapporteur to kindly mention the two countries, Lebanon. You want to discuss on point 6?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Our problem is basically a problem of interpretation. I mean, in English, when we say design, the design of the project, and when in French it becomes la conception, it doesn't work always in every place. When you say la conception actuelle de la construction d'une nouvelle aile, it's so complicated. Maybe le projet, l'actuel projet de construction d'une nouvelle aile. Replacing design by projet, in this case, in the case of architecture, for us seems much clearer. Because it becomes a little bit complicated in French when you have la conception actuelle de la construction d'une nouvelle aile. Wow. And it's the same, I think, in the 7 and in the others.
Thank you, Lebanon. I request the editors to make the French editors to incorporate those changes in the translation, in the French translation. Accordingly, Turkey, I see you have raised your plate. You have the floor.
Oh, it's working now. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Turkey would like to also support paragraphs 4 and 5 as proposed by Greece.
Please add Turkey's name as well. The spelling of Turkey is not doesn't seem right in English. Para 4, please correct the name of Turkey. We go to para 6. Are there any objections to para 6? I see none. We go to para 7. Are there any objections to para 7? I see none. We go to para 8. Are there any objections to para 8? Argentina, I see you have lifted your plate. You have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Compartimos la preocupación del Estado de Austria sobre qué quiere decir este párrafo y qué va a pasar en el futuro. Nosotros quisiéramos que quede bien claro que se va a retirar de la lista en peligro independientemente del resultado de esta misión, que va a ser un éxito con toda seguridad. Queremos aclarar, entendemos muy bien el mandato de los órganos consultivos, sabemos que no pueden apartarse de eso, lo que queremos es que la decisión sea alentar efectivamente al Estado proponente para que salga de la lista en peligro. Gracias.
Lebanon, you have the floor.
Oui, excusez-moi, Monsieur le Président, c'est aussi une question de langue. Considère que la proposition de conception à nouveau révisée concernant l'amélioration du développement de Heimark-Noit, c'est pas du tout ça en anglais. The further revised design proposal for refinement of the Heimark-Noit development. Ça veut dire quoi? Ça veut dire que le projet modifié concernant le développement, le futur développement de Heimark-Noit devrait s'appuyer sur. C'est plutôt ça, c'est pas la proposition de conception à nouveau réalisée concernant l'amélioration du développement. Ça veut rien dire en français, je suis désolé.
I request the editors to kindly, in the French version, try to capture to the best of your abilities. Are there any further comments or objections to para 8? I see none. We go to para 9. Okay. The Secretariat has requested the floor, so I will give the floor to the Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. With your permission, ICOMOS might respond on behalf of the Secretariat and ICOMOS just to respond to the intervention from the Honourable Delegate from Argentina and the concerns raised by the State Party of Austria. The critical difference that has occurred in the amendment for paragraph 8 is to change from a requirement of compliance with one of the 4 options to being informed by one of the 4 options. In other words, this does not say you must pick one of them, but you must be informed in revising the design. In fact, the test will be very clear. The test is already set out explicitly in the corrective measures and desired state of conservation already adopted by the committee, and that requires that when the revised design has been prepared, it undergo a heritage impact assessment and be found not to have a substantive adverse impact on the OUV of the property, which is indeed exactly what should be the objective in relation to conserving its outstanding universal value. So I hope that assists both the State Party of Argentina and Austria. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We go to para 9. Are there any objections to para 9? I see none. We go to para 10. I see no comments, no nameplates raised. We go to para 11. We go to para 12. Are there any objections or views to para 12? I see none. We go to para 13. I see no objections. We go to para 14. Are there any objections to the adoption of para 14? Senegal, you have the floor.
Le centre.
Thank you, Senegal. Are there any further views? Argentina, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Queremos proponer, decide retirar el Centro Histórico de Viena de la lista de patrimonio en peligro. Muchas gracias.
I will give the floor to the Secretariat. Mr. Director, you have the floor.
Oui, merci Monsieur le Président. C'est juste pour partager un peu ici un sentiment. L'amendement de la Grèce est un amendement qui demande, et qu'on a entendu toutes les interventions des différents États parties et des membres du comité, c'est un amendement qui demande qu'une mission de suivi réactif aille sur le terrain, retourne à Vienne pour aller travailler avec les autorités de Vienne sur la finalisation de la conception du projet architectural en question, qui est un des éléments qui a conduit à l'inscription sur la liste en péril. Donc, je voudrais simplement rappeler que, et je comprends très bien la position de l'amendement du distingué délégué de l'Argentine, cela voudrait dire que le comité ici, sur ce paragraphe, finalement, se contredirait, parce qu'il voudrait que ce projet puisse être finalisé de manière à ce que la mission de suivi réactif vous apporte le résultat concret et vous confirme que la question est réglée et vous pouvez retirer le site de la liste en péril l'année prochaine. Alors que là, la mission n'est pas allée et la proposition est de retirer le site sur la liste en péril. Je voulais juste signaler, peut-être que là, le comité risque de se contredire dans la logique des différents paragraphes qu'il a adoptés jusqu'à présent. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Lazar. The State Party of Argentina Would you like to make any comment on para 12? Because it is the para 12 that is contradicting your request to remove. Would you like to make a comment? You have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Sí, solamente el único comentario es que tenemos que usar este caso en particular como ejemplo. La propuesta de enmienda es simplemente para subrayar esto. Sabemos que la misión es importante, pero sabemos también que hace muchos años que un Estado que nos está dando el ejemplo de qué quiere decir lista en peligro, nos enseñan cómo hacer para solucionar los problemas y tenemos que dar un mensaje claro al resto de los Estados miembros. Vamos a retirar la propuesta de enmienda, pero queremos que quede bien claro que auguramos que muy pronto sea retirado de la lista en peligro porque es un ejemplo para todos nosotros. La misión, auguramos, va a ser exitosa, ya está preparada, ya sabemos cuál va a ser el resultado. Entonces, dejemos a Austria o a cualquier Estado miembro que tenga una propuesta de este tipo que haga las cosas como se deben hacer y nosotros seguiremos el ejemplo. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Your request for removal has been noted. The Argentinian amendment be removed. Lebanon, I saw your plate go up again. This is the third time you're taking the floor. You have it, sir.
Thank you, Chair. No, it was just a comment on the previous Argentina proposal. Now that the Argentina proposal is removed, I have no comment.
Yes, the Argentina's proposal for removing Austria from the list of, well, the particular city has been removed by Argentina itself, so the proposal does not stand as of now. Is para 14 okay? I see no further objections. Can we see the entire decision as a whole for adoption? Is there any objection for this decision as a whole? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-7A.1 adopted as amended. Thank you very much. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about this property. At the back, there's someone written.
There is the civil society NGO, World Heritage Watch. Okay, Austria wants to take the floor first.
Okay, Austria, we gave you the floor before, but you've raised your plate for the second time. You have the floor.
Thank you, distinguished chairperson. We would like to extend our thanks to the members of the committee, specifically the Greek delegation and all supporters. Thank you so much. We also thank ICOMOS for the important clarification regarding paragraph 8 and the meaning of the word informs. We will carefully study the final decision, consult with our authorities, and come back to you with a comprehensive state of conservation report in 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a request by the civil society and NGO World Heritage Watch. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We appreciate you hosting the committee meeting and would like to express our gratefulness for the organizing staff for their warm welcome. We meet everywhere. I will read a statement on behalf of the Initiative for the Protection of Vienna's Cityscape. I quote, "The Initiative for the Protection of Vienna's Cityscape doesn't see why we should make a statement on the historic center of Vienna after the decision about it has been adopted. End of statement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. We now proceed. We now proceed for cultural properties located in Europe and North America. I now give the floor to the delegation of Argentina to present to the committee the reason it requested to open the state of conservation of the World Heritage Medieval Monuments in Kosovo, Serbia. Excellency, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Queremos presentar una enmienda al proyecto de decisión, dado que vamos a aclarar una situación. Hay una situación de hecho que está siendo negociada entre Belgrano y Pristina y que no está en la UNESCO, sino que está en Bruselas. No queremos politizar las decisiones de este comité, por lo tanto, queremos proponer una enmienda al proyecto de decisión que se trata en este punto. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you. I would like to know whether there are any comments. I see none. Let's proceed then. This agenda item This agenda item is therefore adjourned to our next ordinary session, and I will kindly ask our rapporteur to ensure that this is captured in the report of decisions. Thank you very much. Argentina.
Señor presidente, ¿podemos presentar la enmienda o tenemos que esperar hasta el 29 para hacerla? Está enviada a la Secretaría por escrito cuál es la enmienda que queremos proponer. Queremos saber si la podemos proponer ahora o debemos esperar. Gracias.
I give the floor to the Director of WHC to respond to that specific question asked. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the decision has just been adopted, and I mean, if you would like us to if you authorize, I'll give the floor to the rapporteur to reassure the distinguished delegate of Argentina.
He has asked a very specific question, and you would like the rapporteur to respond to that. Yes. Mr. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Merci. Merci, Monsieur le Président et Monsieur le Directeur du Centre. Effectivement, je vais dans ce cas vous présenter l'amendement que nous avons reçu concernant ce point par l'Argentine, amendement qui propose un projet de décision suivant. Le Comité du patrimoine mondial décide d'ajourner le débat sur ce point de l'ordre du jour jusqu'à sa prochaine session ordinaire.
Thank you. As per the scenario presented in front of me by the Secretariat, this agenda item is therefore adjourned, which I had already mentioned, to our next ordinary session, and I will kindly ask our rapporteur to ensure that it is captured in the report of the decisions. Thank you very much. May we proceed? May we proceed? Thank you. I now invite Mr. Elendo Osomo to read the list of the properties for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. Mr. Director, WHC, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. The following site is proposed for, not for discussion, is Rosia Montana Mining Landscape, Romania.
Thank you very much. If there is no objection from the committee members on this State of Conservation report, I declare the decisions read out adopted. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about one of the properties for which we have adopted the decision without discussion. I see none. Let us proceed then. I would now like to give the floor to the delegation of Lebanon to present to the committee the reason it requested to open the state of conservation of the fortifications on the Caribbean side of Panama, Portobello San Lorenzo, Panama. Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry I took the floor for the 5th time today, but maybe it's the nostalgia of good old times when the committee sessions used to stay till midnight. Anyway, the property is a serial property comprising two components, the Portobello fortification and the castle of San Lorenzo, and it was inscribed on the World Heritage List in 1980 and a list in danger in 2012. Based on the SOC presented by State Party in January 2024, it appears that although progress was achieved in order to implement corrective measures, I quote, the current factors affecting the property have not changed significantly since its inscription on the list of World Heritage in danger, unquote. So the SOC says that there have been progress, but the property have not changed significantly, the factors affecting the property. When the committee will discuss later on item 46.8, we will examine a new nomination, namely the Colonial Trans-Isthmian Route, which is a two-stage serial nomination, including in its first stage the Castle of San Lorenzo, and second phase the Portobello fortification. We would like thus to ask both the State Party and ICOMOS, what is the rationale behind including components that are in danger as part of a new nomination? Wouldn't this constitute a risk of threatening from the start the integrity of the new nomination? We would like to have comments from the State Party and ICOMOS. Thank you.
Thank you, Lebanon. I now invite Ms. Rochelle Roca, Program Specialist at the Latin America and the Caribbean Unit of the World Heritage Center, and ICOMOS to provide their comments. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The fortifications on the Caribbean side of Panama, Portobello San Lorenzo World Heritage Property, was inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger in Decision 36, Set B 102 in 2012, in view of accelerated degradation of the historic fabric, combined with a deficient protection and management system. The questions raised by the distinguished delegate of Lebanon provide the opportunity to recall the history of the committee's evaluation of the state of conservation of this property. The questions raised are also linked, as was said, to the extended process that precedes the submission of the first phase of the nomination of the Transisthmian colonial route, which will be discussed under item 8B during the session of the committee. The committee in decision 37-COM 7B-100 raised the prospect of deleting the archaeological site of Panama Viejo and Historic District of Panama World Heritage Property from the World Heritage List at its 39th session in 2013, but did not inscribe it on the list of World Heritage in danger, pending a reactive monitoring mission to the property. The subsequent 2013 joint World Heritage Center, ICOMOS, high-level reactive monitoring mission recommended 3 options for a major boundary modification, and the State Party of Panama has chosen the 3rd option, which was a phased proposal in which an overall new vision is included regarding components of the property as parts of a broader territorial system related to the inter-oceanic and intercontinental commerce over 5 centuries. This option would require a renomination for different values and a revised state of outstanding universal value. The first phase of this new nomination now includes the San Lorenzo component of the fortifications on the Caribbean side of Panama, Portobello, San Lorenzo. Just one other important point to raise for this property: the construction of a visitors center in the setting of the San Lorenzo component of the fortifications on the Caribbean side of Panama, Portobello, San Lorenzo, World Heritage Property. The State Party first signaled plans to design this project in its State of Conservation Report in 2018. In its decision 44-COM 7A 36 of 2021, the committee requested the State Party to consider potential impacts of the project and to ensure that it is in full coherence with the outstanding universal value of the property. In its decision 45-COM 8C.2 in 2023, the committee requested that a heritage impact assessment be carried out as soon as possible, and the results submitted to the World Heritage Center for review by the advisory bodies. To date, the State Party has not responded adequately to these requests for the heritage impact assessment, and the Visitor Center is now complete. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Rochelle Roca. But ICOMOS, would you like to add something to that? You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. In response to the question posed by the distinguished delegate from Lebanon, ICOMOS can provide the following clarification. Regarding the inclusion of components of this danger-listed property in a new nomination, ICOMOS, including in its panel, has reflected on the interlinkages of this existing property on the list of World Heritage in Danger and the inclusion of the Castle of San Lorenzo component in a nomination of a new property. But because the OUV of the existing serial World Heritage property and that of the proposed nomination are different, there is a limited overlap in key attributes. And because the new nomination, which involves historical trade routes, has a territorial approach, the architectural attributes of, for instance, the Castle of San Lorenzo, would make a different contribution to the potential OUV of the proposed new property. If and when inscribed, than they do to the OUV of the fortifications on the Caribbean side of Panama, Portobello, San Lorenzo World Heritage property. The state of conservation of the Portobello component of this danger-listed property is described in the State of Conservation report before you. The physical state of conservation of this component, which is included in the first phase nomination to be discussed under item 8B, has been improved through recent conservation work. Of course, improving the protection and management system of the entire Portobello San Lorenzo World Heritage property and its individual components remains one of the priorities to achieve the desired state of conservation for removal from the list of World Heritage in danger for this property. An appropriate management system would necessarily include an appropriate management plan and legal requirements for impact assessments, among others. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you for this presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments. Lebanon, I had seen you raise your plate, but it's no longer raised. Are there any member states who would like to make any comments? I see none. Let us proceed then. Thank you. I see no more questions or comments. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46com7a.a concerning this property, but before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement concernant ce point.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. Are there any comments by any state party? I see none. Can we have the decision on the screen? We have it. There are no amendments. Can we scroll the decision? As there are no amendments and no further comments, I see no comments. I therefore declare the draft decision 46com7a.8 adopted. Thank you very much. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about this property. Panama, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Siendo la primera vez que tomamos la palabra, agradecemos la hospitalidad de la India y felicitamos a los organizadores de la sesión del Comité del Patrimonio Mundial en atención a que la propiedad C-135, las fortificaciones del Caribe panameño de Portobelo y San Lorenzo, está en la lista de Patrimonio Mundial en peligro desde 2012. Nos complace informar que hemos asegurado fondos para cumplir con aspectos claves del plan de emergencia que nos acerquen al estado deseado de conservación. Tenemos un préstamo del Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo por un total de $40 millones en ejecución desde 2022. Se ha ejecutado un 22% de estos fondos, especialmente en el componente del Fuerte San Lorenzo. En un cronograma que se extiende hasta 2026, se han adjudicado 4 proyectos por un total de $20.4 millones para atender el componente de Portobelo. Panamá acepta la decisión del comité y cumplirá las recomendaciones. Y también deseamos expresar que el centro de visitantes no se encuentra en un sitio próximo a la propiedad, al componente de San Lorenzo. Se encuentra bastante distante y fuera de todas las visuales del sitio. También queremos decir que en la primera fase de la inscripción del componente de la ruta colonial transísmica, el componente del Fuerte San Lorenzo, nosotros hemos logrado avances significativos en su conservación y gestión y no vemos una contradicción entre la nueva inscripción y la permanencia de este componente en la lista de Patrimonio Mundial en peligro.
Thank you for your comments. Dear colleagues, I would now like to give the floor to the delegation of Lebanon to present to the committee the reason it requested to open the state of conservation of Coro and its port, Venezuela, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, dear Chair. The property was inscribed on the World Heritage List in 1993. It was also inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger in 2005, mainly due to the following threats: considerable decay of material and structures, lack of comprehensive conservation and maintenance, flooding, deterioration of architectural and urban coherence, lack of adequate and efficient management, etc. The present draft decision recognizes, quote, I quote, the implementation of the conservation measures carried out following an inclusive approach, the completion of a comprehensive management plan as well as regulatory measures for the proposed buffer zone, the development of a strategy and action plan to address building reuse, as well as strategy for the regulation of the vehicle circulation in historic city center, unquote. Numerous comprehensive and inclusive restoration, rehabilitation, and stabilization measures will also carried out in favor of the traditional buildings damaged by the rains, and important drainage measures were implemented also. Given the progress accomplished and as shown in the draft decision, the committee may ask the state party to invite a joint mission in order to evaluate the real progress done in view of the possible removal of the property from the list in danger. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite Mr. Mauro Rossi, Chief of the Latin America and the Caribbean Unit of the World Heritage Center, and ICOMOS to provide their comments. You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Et le Centre du patrimoine mondial remercie les distingués représentants du Liban pour ses commentaires et pour la proposition d'amendement qui a soumis, dont nous apprécions vraiment la pertinence. La mission qui est proposée par le Liban permettra en effet d'évaluer la situation sur le terrain et de rendre compte des facteurs qui affectent les biens ainsi que des progrès effectivement réalisés pour remédier à ces facteurs, tel qu'il figure dans le document 46 comme 7 à 10. Monsieur le Président, je crois que ICOMOS justement souhaite également faire des commentaires sur ce point. Merci.
Thank you very much, Chair. ICOMOS concurs that the State Party has made progress regarding the implementation of the agreed-to corrective measures that need to be implemented to achieve the desired state of conservation for removal of this property from the list of world in danger. The information, as the Centre has noted, at the disposal to us at this point in time is not very complete. What we can assess is that while progress has been made on addressing some factors affecting this property, some important measures still remain to be implemented. The most significant of these are undertaking a spatial analysis for the property and implementing a functioning and permanent comprehensive drainage system for the property to address vulnerability to flooding. This factor, based on the information before us, is not yet addressed sufficiently. Also, the information provided does not allow for the assessment of whether the legal framework requires further harmonizing.
Sorry to interrupt you. Lebanon, can you please switch off your microphone? Yeah, and your nameplate? Thank you. ICOMOS, please continue.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be short. As I said, the information does not allow for the assessment of whether the legal framework requires further harmonizing amongst others. The last reactive monitoring mission to the property took place in 2011. Since then, the State Party has hosted 2 advisory missions, one in 2015 and one in 2018. In this context, a reactive monitoring mission would be able to gather information, assess the factors affecting the property, and provide guidance on further addressing those that have not yet been addressed. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you for the presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments before I go to the rapporteur. Belgium, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question to ICOMOS. Are you saying that it is the right moment to have the mission, or that we still need to have the the clarification on the two factors, the points that are still open from the state party.
Any other member state party would like to ask a question to the rapporteur? Oh, sorry, to ECOMOS? Okay, ECOMOS, you have the floor.
Chair, thank you very much. And in response to the Honourable Delegate from Belgium, the purpose of such a reactive monitoring mission would be what reactive monitoring missions do, and that is bring information to the committee to base its decisions on, as the information sources we have at our disposal at this point are not fully complete.
Thank you, ECOMOS. I see no other comments, no request to take the floor. Let us proceed then. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46-78.10 concerning this property. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Effectivement, nous avons, comme l'a annoncé l'honorable délégué du Liban, reçu un amendement du Liban sur le site de Koro et son port. Un amendement qui propose l'insertion d'un paragraphe 10. Demande en outre à l'État partie d'inviter une mission conjointe de suivi réactif. Et là, je suggérerais sans doute d'avoir des clarifications sur la suite de cette phrase. Un suivi réactif Centre du patrimoine mondial ICOMOS-ICROM, afin d'évaluer les progrès accomplis pour répondre aux facteurs qui affectent le bien. Paragraphe suivant. Nous avons une légère modification de texte, ainsi qu'un calendrier précis en vue du retrait du bien de la liste du patrimoine mondial en péril, au lieu de pour le retrait du bien, ainsi qu'un calendrier précis. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Are there any comments? Now that the amendment has been introduced, are there any comments? Can we go to the paras which have not been amended? And slowly scroll down rather. Are there any objections to para 1 to 9 being adopted? I see none. We now go to the para 10, the amendment. Request furthermore the state party to invite a joint World Heritage Center ICOMOS-ICROM reactive monitoring mission to assess achievements in addressing the factors affecting the property. Are there any amendments to the Lebanese amendment? Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. We simply support this idea to having a monitoring mission. We are not saying the dialogue has not been, happened, but this decision will, a kind of committee's decision can promote more formal way of this dialogue in order to make things happen to forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please add Japan's name to the amendment. Are there any further comments before we move? The rapporteur has asked for the floor. You have it.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Pour mettre en conformité les deux versions, je suggérerais que l'on amende légèrement la version française de suivi réactif entre le centre du patrimoine mondial, ICOMOS et ICROM. Because to a joint World Heritage Center ICOMOS-ICROM mission is correct, but it doesn't have the same translation in French. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further suggestions for para 10? I see none. Para 11, are there any objections to para 11? I see none. Para 12. Are there any objections to para 12? I see none. Can we just scroll the entire decision? Scroll down. Are there any objections to this decision being adopted as a whole? As amended, I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46.7a.10 adopted as amended. Thank you very much. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about this property. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, you have the floor.
Muy buenas tardes. Queremos agradecer, dado que es la primera vez que intervenimos, la excelente organización de este evento al Gobierno de la República de la India a través de la presidencia del Comité de Patrimonio Mundial y del embajador, específicamente del embajador Sharma. Queríamos queremos resaltar pues, que el Estado venezolano no ha dejado de tomar acciones que coadyuvan a la preservación de Coro y de su puerto para que sean retirados de la lista de sitios del patrimonio mundial en peligro, razón por la cual la Comisión Nacional de Cooperación con la UNESCO, conjuntamente con el Instituto del Patrimonio Cultural de Venezuela, llevaron a cabo una visita de inspección y evaluación entre los días 27 y 30 de marzo de 2023 a la zona afectada, que permitió recabar la información necesaria sobre la situación actual del patrimonio del bien, con la intención de solicitar recursos a través del Fondo de Emergencia para el Patrimonio Mundial de la UNESCO, destinados a la recuperación y restauración del bien afectado, el cual fue aprobado e informado de manera extraoficial a la Comisión Nacional de Cooperación con la UNESCO. Sin embargo, a la fecha, la transferencia de esos fondos no se ha materializado. Entendemos que se encuentra ya en la oficina de La Habana para ser redireccionado a nuestro país. Hacemos notar también que se ha realizado un importante incremento en los ingresos destinados a las intervenciones de inmuebles y monumentos, corrección de drenaje, asfaltado, botes de agua, señalización, iluminación, saneamiento y otras tareas y actividades que nos comprometen en mantener el centro histórico de Coro y su puerto de la Vela con garantías de preservación a los fines de que se siga potenciando y embelleciendo para las generaciones venideras. Muchas gracias, señor director.
Thank you for your comments. I now invite the Director of the World Heritage Center, Mr. Ilindo Osomo, to read out the list of cultural properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in Danger located in the Latin America and the Caribbean region, for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The following list of properties for which reports are proposed for adoption without discussion are City of Potosi, Bolivia, Plurinational State, Chanchan Archaeological Zone, Peru. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If there is no objection from the committee on this state of conservation report, I declare the decision read out adopted. I would like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about one of the properties for which we have adopted the decision without discussion. I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite Mr. Ilindo Osomo to read out the list of cultural properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in Danger located in the Africa region, for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. Mr. Director, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The following list of properties for which reports are proposed for adoption without discussion are Old Towns of Djenné, Mali, Timbuktu, Mali, Tombs of Askia, Mali. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If there is no objection from the committee on this state of conservation report, I shall declare the decisions read out adopted. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about one of the properties for which we have adopted the decision without discussion. I see none. Let's proceed then. I now would like to give the floor to the delegation of Lebanon to present to the committee the reason it requested to open the state of conservation of Rashid Karami International Fair, Tripoli, Lebanon. Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The property was inscribed at the same time on the World Heritage List and the list in danger 1.5 years ago, January 2023. The Ministry of Culture Director General of Antiquities would like to present to the committee latest information about the property. A joint mission World Heritage Center and ICOMOS visited Lebanon in June. The mission visited the site and met with Lebanese officials, the Director General of Antiquities, Tripoli and MENA municipalities, as well as concerned heritage experts and other civil society representatives. The state of conservation of concrete structures and the necessary stabilization measures were discussed, as well as the next steps for the definition of final buffer zone for the property. A capacity building workshop on impact assessments in a World Heritage context is planned for November 2024, as well as another workshop on conservation of concrete structures for spring 2025. The property conservation management plan has been completed last month, and a public presentation of this conservation management plan was organized in the property on June 24, with the participation of all concerned authorities and civil society representatives. The CMP will be sent to the World Heritage Center and advisory bodies once it is officially approved. The Knowledge and Innovation Center KIC project is abandoned, and any future project will be subject to a heritage impact assessment and sent to the World Heritage Center for review as clearly stated in Lebanese law number 274 concerning the reorganization of Rashid Karami International Fair. Finally, a side event is being organized on modern heritage in the Arab region with the Rashid Karami International Fair as a case study on July 25 between 1 and 3 p.m. You are all invited to attend. Thank you.
Thank you. Member states, you would have noticed that Lebanon has its own SOC report to be open. There could be questions raised. One question was raised to me: can a state party open its own SOC report? There is nothing in the rules of procedure, as I have been informed by the Secretariat, that stops a state party from opening its own SOC report. However, I have been informed by the Secretariat that when the examination is going on, that particular committee member may not take the floor. Some other committee member, if they have specific questions, then they can pose to the party that is directly impacted by this, and then they may take the floor to respond. And this is Rule 22.6 of the Rules of Procedure, which states, state parties shall not speak to World Heritage properties in their own territories, except at the explicit invitation of the chairperson within the allowed time for their speech and in response to specific questions posed. So they will not be able to speak when the examination is going on, but the Secretariat informs me that there is no restrictions for them for presenting their own properties for opening or for amending. I now invite Ms. May Shaher, Chief of the Arab States Unit of the World Heritage Center and ECOMOS, to provide their comments. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would first like to thank the State Party for providing this updated information. The property was indeed inscribed in 2023 on the list of World Heritage in Danger, following the request of the State Party itself. This prompted its close monitoring and bringing attention to the serious conservation issues it faces. The joint World Heritage Center ECOMOS reactive monitoring mission was undertaken in June this year to assess the overall state of conservation of the property and advise regarding the development of the desired state of conservation for its removal from the list of World Heritage in Danger with a related corrective measure. UNESCO is very much working closely with the State Party, and as mentioned, an HIA a capacity building workshop on heritage impact assessment will indeed be organized soon. The mission report is currently under preparation, and recommendations will be provided in due course. All this information provided will feed into the mission report and the related recommendations. I'll now give the floor to ECOMOS for further input. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, World Heritage Centre. Thank you, Chair. Members of the committee, ECOMOS would like to confirm the participation in what was a very successful reactive monitoring mission to this danger-listed property in Lebanon. We would like to also confirm that we had an excellent collaboration with the State Party. We look forward to further consultation and exchange, also in the form of submission of HIAs and other material. And the actions undertaken by the State Party to date will contribute to the achieving of a state of conservation for the property, its longer-term protection and management, its beneficial use, and eventually the removal from the property of the list of World Heritage in Danger. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments from member states before we go to the rapporteur. I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46-7A.19 concerning this property. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments.
Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement sur ce point, Monsieur le Président. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. Can we scroll up the draft decision? Are there any comments or objections for this draft decision to be adopted as a whole? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-7A.19 adopted. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about this property. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the floor. Brazil would like to register its support for the Secretariat's initiatives in relation to the Tripoli International Fair. The close collaboration between Oscar Niemeyer, the project's architect, and Lebanese engineers has given rise to a remarkable example of exchange between different continents, which is why we are following the development of the consultative mission with interest. We are convinced that the work plan to be presented by the evaluation body will open up a horizon of hard work, but also of hope for the removal of the site from the list of World Heritage in Danger. Brazil will maintain contact with the Lebanese authorities to explore ways of moving forward with regard to the conservation of the Rashid Karami International Fair. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. I now invite Mr. Elendo Asomo to read the list of cultural properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger located in the Arab states region, for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. You have the floor, Mr. Director.
Thank you, Chairperson. The following properties for which reports are proposed for adoption without discussion are Abu Mena, Egypt; Ashur, Kalat Shirkat, Iraq; Hatra, Iraq; Samara Archaeological City, Iraq; Archaeological Site of Cyrene, Libya; Archaeological Site of Leptis Magna, Libya; Archaeological Site of Sabrata, Libya; Old Town of Kadames, Libya; Rock Art Sites of Tadrarakakus, Libya; Ancient City of Aleppo, Syrian Arab Republic; Ancient City of Basra, Syrian Arab Republic; Ancient City of Damascus, Syrian Arab Republic; Ancient Villages of Northern Syria, Syrian Arab Republic; Krak de Chevalier and Kalat Salah el-Din, Syrian Arab Republic; Site of Palmyra, Syrian Arab Republic; Historic Town of Zabid, Yemen; Landmarks of the Ancient Kingdom of Saba, Marib, Yemen; Old City of Sana'a, Yemen; Old World City of Shibam, Yemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If there is no objection from the committee on this State of Conservation report, I declare the decisions read out as adopted. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about one of the properties for which we have adopted the decision without discussion. I see none. Let us proceed then. I now invite Mr. Elendo Osomo to read the list of cultural properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger located in the Asia Pacific region, for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. The following properties for which reports are proposed for adoption without discussion are cultural landscape and archaeological remains of the Bamiyan Valley, Afghanistan; minaret and archaeological remains of Jam, Afghanistan; Nan Madol Ceremonial Center of Eastern Micronesia, Historic Center of Shakrishab, Uzbekistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If there is no objection from the committee on this State of Conservation report, I declare the decisions read out as adopted. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about one of the properties for which we have adopted the decision without discussion. I see no state party. I would now give the floor to the NGO World Heritage Watch. You have the floor. World Heritage Watch, if you are not going to take the floor, we will proceed. Let us proceed then. I now invite Mr. Elendo Osomo to read the list of the properties of the Europe and North America region for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. Mr. Director, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The following property for which the report is proposed for adoption without discussion is Everglades National Park, United States of America. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If there is no objection from the committee on this state of conservation report, I declare the decision read out as adopted. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about the property for which we have adopted the decision without discussion. I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite Mr. Elendo Osomo to read the list of the natural properties of the Latin America and the Caribbean region inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger, for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. You have the floor, Mr. Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The following two properties for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion are Rio Platano Biosphere Reserve, Honduras, islands and protected areas of the Gulf of California, Mexico. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If there is no objection from the committee on this state of conservation report, I declare the decision read out as adopted. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about the property for which we have adopted the decision without discussion. I see none. I will now give the floor to the NGO Center for Biological Diversity. You have the floor.
My intervention is on behalf of the Animal Welfare Institute, Center for Biological Diversity, Environmental Investigation Agency, and the Natural Resources Defense Council. We thank the committee for supporting the draft decision 46. To retain the islands and protected areas of the Gulf of California in Mexico on the list of the World Heritage in danger. The vaquita, the world's most endangered marine mammal, is facing extinction due to illegal gill net fishing, primarily targeting totoaba fish. Vaquita numbers have plummeted from nearly 600 in 1997 to fewer than 10 in 2024. A recent survey found only 6 to 8 vaquita remaining, a further decline from a previous year. Despite the committee's directive of some progress in reducing illegal fishing within the zero-tolerance area, enforcement remains insufficient. Illegal fishing persists both inside and outside the zero-tolerance area, hindering the vaquita's recovery. Mexico's failures to enforce its fishing and wildlife trade laws is a direct threat to the vaquita's survival. The vaquita and the totoaba fish, both IUVs of this site, require decisive action. The committee's adoption of this decision sends a clear message to Mexico about the urgent need to halt illegal fishing and trafficking of totoaba sea bladders to save the vaquita from extinction. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's proceed then. I would now like to give the floor to the delegation of Zambia to present to the committee the reason it requested to open the state of conservation of the Lake Turkana National Parks, Kenya. Zambia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Esteemed members of the UNESCO World Heritage Committee, I'm here to present the efforts and oh, sorry, I think I've taken a wrong presentation. Sorry. Whoa. Is it possible that
We will pause on this decision, go to the next and then come back, giving you time, yes, to go through your laptop. I know the servers are giving a lot of problems these days. Zambia, the Secretariat informs me that the next agenda item may take a long time, and that's why it is advisable to wait for you. So we'll wait for 1 minute. And if you don't have the presentation, you can say something because you're so articulate. You have the floor. I can hear you, but your voice is only available in the interpreter's earphones. It's not available in the room.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And sorry for that glitch. As the state party of Zambia, after having looked at the efforts that the state party of Kenya has put in place in terms of trying to address a number of issues, we are convinced that the state party has made a lot of efforts in terms of addressing most of the issues, and when you look at most of the paragraphs that are supposed to be amended, it is very clear that most of them are acceptable. That is amendments which need to be, that is appreciated by most of the members who are, seated in here. And on the DSOC, we appreciate the fact that, there has been a lot of, efforts that have been made by the state party of Kenya in trying to make sure that, those issues are addressed accordingly. And we know that there could have been some, mishap in terms of, some of the reports not having been considered by the advisory body. And we know that at this point, it may not be advisable to just punish the state party of Kenya on the basis of, technical aspects which are from the side of the advisory board. And from this point of view, we plead with the committee to look into the possibility of, appreciating what the state party of Kenya is, what we have observed in the amendments that we are trying to put across. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I now invite Mr. Guy Debonnet, Chief of the Natural Heritage Unit of the World Heritage Center and IUCN, to provide their comments. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We welcome the recent discussions which took place at the workshop organized by the World Heritage Center in Nairobi in April 2024. At this workshop, progress was made in identifying the way forward in addressing the conservation challenges in this property. In particular, we appreciate the ongoing dialogue between the states parties of Kenya and Ethiopia to take joint actions in this respect. We further acknowledge that the state party submitted a new draft of the DSOC-R, which was developed in the framework of this workshop. In accordance with the procedures, this draft is currently being reviewed by IUCN and the World Heritage Center and could be finalized over the coming year and adopted at the next session. However, the World Heritage Center and IUCN point out that an adoption at this session without review by IUCN and the World Heritage Center would be premature, as the indicators of the proposed draft would need further refinement. We further note the states parties' emphasis on the location of the Lapset corridor, which is planned to pass south of the lake to avoid the property. However, it is still important to recall that individual projects are still proposed in the wider setting of the property, including a tourism resort on the shores of Lake Turkana. The Centre and IUCN therefore reiterate that the potential impact of any project should be assessed through individual impact assessments carried out in line with the guidance and toolkit for impacts assessment in a World Heritage context. Chair, IUCN also has some comments on this property.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. IUCN would like to add a further point just regarding the DSOCR point. The World Heritage Centre and IUCN recognise that there has recently been positive progress in revising the DSOCR for this property. As is outlined in the State of Conservation report, there have been several exchanges on the draft over the last 6 months, including through the aforementioned April 2024 workshop. Noting that this process has been ongoing over several years and specifically requires collaboration between the State Party and the State Party of Ethiopia, we recognise that the workshop, which occurred since the submission of the State Party report in March, has reflected positive and constructive transboundary collaboration in this regard. However, as has been outlined also by the World Heritage Centre just now, the latest draft was submitted in April 2024 following the workshop, and this document needs to be fully considered by the World Heritage Centre and IUCN as per standard processes before its adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to know whether there are any comments before we go to the rapporteur. I see none. Let's proceed. Zambia and Rwanda. Zambia, you have the floor, to be followed by Rwanda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the interest of, being fair, would like to ask for, that is a comment from the state part of Kenya before maybe Rwanda can come on board. Thank you.
Can we present your amendment first, and then you can ask for the state party of Kenya to speak, or you want them to speak now? We are in your hands. Let the amendment be presented. Yeah, you can only give the floor to Kenya if you ask them a specific question. So once we open it once we go to the rapporteur, you can ask them. And yeah, Rwanda, you have the floor, to be followed by Senegal.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the floor. Mr. President, Rwanda thanks the advisory body for the detailed analysis of the State of Conservation report for Lake Turkana National Park, World Heritage Site. From what we understand, the State Party has invested several efforts towards the development of the DSOCR and towards the conservation of wildlife and other issues concerning the property. We are happy to hear that in a national wildlife census conducted in 2021, data collected in the general area of Marsabit County, where the Sibiloy National Park is located, and which points to seasonal migrations of wildlife, show an increased presence or movement of the common zebra, the northern topi, the Grevy's zebra, and the lion as the key species. The same census established the presence of almost 20,000 articulated giraffe individuals throughout the country. Beyond this being an implementation of the recommendation of the monitoring mission, we believe that it's a sign of the State Party's commitment to preserving the OUV of the property for humanity, and hereby request and hereby therefore support the amendment to adopt the DSCOR to encourage the State Party to implement the corrective measures in line with the indicators stated in the document as designed by the State Party, the World Heritage Center, and the IUCN during the April 2024 meeting in Nairobi. Mr. President, we have one question for the IUCN. How many more reviews and amendments are required after 4 years of joint work to develop a base desired state of conservation report? I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for supporting the proposed amendment before the rapporteur has even presented it. I now give the floor to Senegal, to be followed by Japan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le Sénégal souhaiterait se joindre aux félicitations adressées à l'organe consultatif pour son rapport qui nous édifie sur les efforts effectués par l'État partie et qui adresse très clairement les problématiques auxquelles le site est confronté et dont les principales, en tout cas vraiment les principaux aspects sont relatifs au changement climatique, qui sont donc des données difficilement maîtrisables. Cependant, l'élément constitutif du bien en ce qui concerne donc la diversité de sa faune, la croissance de la population, l'inventaire réalisé par l'État partie renseigne sur une dynamique intéressante. Et tout ceci nous amène en tout cas vraiment à appeler le comité à aller dans le sens de soutenir les efforts de l'État partie pour tous ces efforts qu'il est en train de réaliser pour en tout cas vraiment mieux entretenir le site et le développer suivant les principes de la Convention. Nous souhaiterons à ce propos aussi poser une question à l'UICN, qui est donc relative au document dont il fait référence, que l'État partie a réactualisé, qui concerne donc le projet de développement du site. Nous souhaiterons avoir beaucoup plus d'éclaircissements par rapport à ce document-là et aussi avoir plus d'éclaircissements par rapport donc aux positions qui font que l'UICN recommande son maintien pour 1 an avant de le sortir. Parce que nous pensons que ce délai-là aussi est un délai extrêmement étriqué, court. Et tout ce qui pourrait être fait dans le sens d'encourager l'État à renforcer ses initiatives, à renforcer son action pour un meilleur maintien du site de l'état de conservation souhaité, que nous puissions en tout cas vraiment aller dans le sens d'une solution qui pérennise les efforts de l'État, qui renforce la motivation des acteurs et que nous puissions en tout cas vraiment encourager l'État de s'engager à davantage prendre en compte les recommandations de l'UICN et donc des commentaires qui seront issus de cette rencontre. Et encourageons en tout cas tous, disons, les partenaires à aller dans le sens en tout cas vraiment de soutenir les efforts de l'État pour une bonne tenue du site afin quand même vraiment que nous puissions avoir une sortie heureuse pour tous. Merci.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Japan, followed by the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Chairperson. We have a question about the amendment, proposed amendment. May I ask now or should I wait?
May I request that please permit the rapporteur to first present the amendment, which would then enable committee members to ask questions on the amendment. So, but because we have to say we are open for comments, so member states raise the plates, but once we open, that would be advisable. I now give the floor to the Republic of Korea, followed by Belgium.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The delegation of the Republic of Korea welcome and appreciate much efforts and achievements made by the State Party Kenya for the implementation of the DSOCR. In particular, the transboundary cooperation within Kenya and neighboring country Ethiopia is very significant for the conservation of this natural property. Despite these great achievements under the difficult situation, we note that the requests by the advisory body is very necessary for the removal from the list of World Heritage in danger. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor. Before I give the floor to Belgium, Senegal, I see your nameplate raised. Would you want to make a second intervention or lower your nameplate? Okay, Belgium, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to give our sincere thanks and appreciation to the State Party of Kenya for the progress that has been made in the dossier. We really believe that we are moving in a good direction. However, we are a bit concerned about the DSOC-R and the standard procedure that should be followed in the case of adopting DSOC-R by the committee. So we would ask the committee, and that would be our position, that the DSOC-R would be revised by the center and by the advisory body before we are able to adopt it. Apart from that, we have some other comments, remarks on the amendments, but I suggest that we make those when we are going through the document itself. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further requests for interventions. Let's proceed then. I will ask Mr. Debonnet, IUCN, to answer your questions. Mr. Debonnet and IUCN, you have the floor.
I think the question was directed to IUCN, so I'll let IUCN respond.
But you are not the only member state that asked questions. There were other member states also who took the floor. So if there are certain questions, both of you can take the floor to answer, decide among yourselves, and respond.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you very much to each of the delegates who have asked these questions. So the questions are regarding the DSOC-R process and the finalization. So as I mentioned earlier, we've acknowledged the fact that there have been several exchanges on this DSOC-R process. Essentially, the DSOC-R needs to be reviewed, the final version, so the most recent version that has been provided, as was said earlier, was provided after the workshop in April 2024, which revised the document, and then needs to be reviewed. So we consider jointly as the World Heritage Centre and IUCN that it would be important to have a document and a DSOC-R that is agreed between all and that clearly ensures that there is a quantitative and clear approach to ensure that a DSOC-R is in place that will enable a clear process for the eventual removal of the property from the list of World Heritage in danger, and that we all support this process, and we remain available after this committee session also to continue this process specifically and to finalize the DSOC-R in preparation for its adoption at the next committee session. Thank you.
Thank you. I see that there are no further questions or comments. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46-7A.51 concerning this property. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Effectivement, nous avons reçu un amendement concernant les parcs nationaux du lac Turkana, amendement soumis par la Zambie, coécrit par le Rwanda et le Sénégal. Amendement qui propose, à partir du paragraphe 3 de la décision, de remplacer « établir » par « envisager d'établir » un plan opérationnel. Au paragraphe 4, note avec satisfaction la soumission d'un état de conservation actualisé. Au paragraphe 5, propose la suppression de la première partie pour arriver à réitérer sa demande à l'État partie de l'Éthiopie. Propose la suppression totale du paragraphe 7. Propose la suppression totale de l'ancien paragraphe 9. Ancien paragraphe 10 qui devient le paragraphe 8, et je pense qu'il y a des erreurs de chiffrage entre les paragraphes, entre la version française et anglaise, mais on corrigera par après. Remplace de toutes les recommandations par la mise en œuvre des recommandations de la mission du suivi réactif en 2020. Sous-point A, remplace rétablir, afin de conserver et protéger les populations de faune sauvage dans le bien, fin de phrase. Sous-point C, remplace un système de cogestion par un système de gestion centralisé, Core Management System. Sous-point F, le dernier sous-point, remplace couvrant éventuellement tout le lac par prenant en considération d'autres zones aquatiques et terrestres. Enfin, la proposition d'amendement suggère l'insertion d'un nouveau paragraphe qui devient le paragraphe 10, il me semble. Adopte l'état de conservation souhaité en vue du retrait du bien de la liste du patrimoine mondial en péril, dit SOCAR, dont un projet a été préparé par le biais de la mission de suivi réactif de 2020, puis élaboré davantage lors d'une réunion en décembre 2022, et qui, suite à des réunions en ligne avec le Centre du patrimoine mondial, a été soumis en janvier 2024 pour examen et finalisé pendant l'atelier UNESCO d'avril 2024 sur le DSOCAR, organisé par l'État partie, le Centre du patrimoine mondial et IUCN, à Nairobi, au Kenya, pour commencer la mise en œuvre des mesures correctives identifiées en partenariat avec le Centre du patrimoine mondial, IUCN et des partenaires extérieurs. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Are there any comments on the amendments? Japan, you had asked that when you will ask a question, so I'll give you the floor, and I think Belgium had also sought and answered some questions. So Japan, you have the floor, to be followed by Belgium.
Our question is regarding the paragraph 7. The whole paragraph was removed. The paragraph is regarding the SEA of the LAPSET project. So we would like to ask the state party the reason why this paragraph was removed. We noticed that the SEA for LAPSET was conducted in 2017. So we wonder if there is any plan to do it again, or maybe we wonder if it's too late to conduct another SEA. So that's the first question. And the second question to the state party is regarding to the paragraph, I think it's 9. Something regarding the 8, the new paragraph 8. Yes, interministerial committee. So we also would like to know why this paragraph was removed. So if this committee is still working or not. Those two questions are to the state party. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Belgium, you have the floor, followed by Italy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have one question for the state party as well regarding point 9. That is point 9A, which changes the words or the wording back to the levels present at the time of inscription of the property is replaced by to its original state of conservation at the moment of inscription. So we would like to have some more background on that proposed change. And in addition, the most essential thing about this draft decision is point 4 about the DSOC R. So we would like to propose to include the words that were erased, starting from and encourage the state party to finalize, so to keep that in the decision, and that is also interlinked with the point or paragraph 10 that has been included as well. So that's to start with. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. I'm giving time to the editors to incorporate. I give the floor to Italy, followed by the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Actually, we have the same questions that Japan put. So if I can join their questions about paragraph 7 and why it was deleted, and is the other paragraph number 9, I guess now. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. The Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have the same question made by the Japan and Italy about the paragraph 7 and 9 in the on the original draft decision file. It would be very appreciated, and the state party provides the background information or reason why these paragraphs were deleted. And also, regarding paragraph 10, it is said that DSOCA is adopted, but as I heard from the IUCN's explanation, it is a little bit different from this amendment. So it will be very appreciated having further information or explanation about these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to the State Party of Zambia to respond to the queries raised by Japan, Italy, and the Republic of Korea. Why have you cancelled para 7 and 9? And Belgium's query on 9A, why are you proposing those changes? So can you please explain the rationale? You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. As regards paragraph 7, the state part of Zambia is of the view that this is redundant because it presupposes that the Lapset Corridor project has a bearing on the World Heritage Site. From the conceptual maps of the Lapset, the corridor passes at a distance of over 70 kilometers away from the shores of the lake. The bulk of the property is actually terrestrial. Aquatic zone of the site hardly goes beyond 2 kilometers of the shore of Sibiloi National Park, and the waters surrounding of the Central and South Island. Therefore, to require a revision of Lapset SIA is not bound to bring any benefits. Rather, the SPS of Kenya and Ethiopia have committed to do a basin-wide SIA for Lake Turkana that will propose mitigation measures to the project. As regards paragraph 9, old paragraph 9, Kenya already expressed its position in the 45th decision, that is committee decision, that the interministerial committee is an internal matter that deals with other issues outside the issue of conservation. The paragraph has been brought up again. This issue had been reported in the previous SOC report just for information purposes, but was not among the documents open for reporting to the committee. As regards paragraph 9A, the second clause that requires an action plan to restore the wildlife populations to the levels present at the time of inscription 1997, it has been ongoing with abate natural challenges largely associated with climate change. Climate-induced changes, which is a global phenomenon, are challenges often affecting the progress. In a national wildlife census of 2021 report, the following data was collected in the general area of Marsabit County, where the Sibiloi National Park is located, and which points to the seasonal migration of wildlife. Common zebra 18 within conservancy, the northern topi 22 within the park. The gray zebra migrated south towards Mount Kaluiman and Biosphere Reserve. Lions moved to Hurim Hills northwards towards Kenya. The census also established that there are 19,000 reticulated giraffe individuals distributed throughout the country. This is an indicator that the species are not locally extinct. And it goes on, even paragraph 9C, in our understanding, payment for environmental services are workable where we have extractive industries, other such undertakings. In the World Heritage Property, the only revenue generated is conservation support fees received from the tourists. Outside the conservation areas, the communities are free to engage in income-generating activities such as fishing. Paragraph C, the Lake Turkana measures 250 kilometers wide lengthwise and 40 kilometers wide. The aquatic section is engulfed by the site's world heritage boundaries. It is hardly 2 kilometers from the shore, which is informed by the need to protect spawning ground square. There are strong legislations that speak to fisheries done in consideration of the community economic livelihoods. To ask the state party to consider the entire lake to be a buffer zone brings about notions of protectionism, yet what is being proposed is not and cannot be ecologically defended and neither can be practical. It would be better to consider the contiguous aquatic areas of Sibiloi National Park and on both central and south islands of National Park. So, those are the reasons, Mr. Chairman, which we would like to advance as a state part of Zambia on behalf of Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you. Would IUCN like to take the floor?
Perhaps, Chair, in this time I would respond to some of the points. On the point of the Lapset and the point that the Lapset corridor is far away from the property, you of course acknowledge that, but at the same time we point out to the fact that the whole corridor project also includes some individual projects which are much closer to the lake, including this resort project on the lake shore. So if perhaps the committee would like to remove reference to the SCA, it would at least be important to keep the reference to the environmental impact assessments for these individual projects to ensure that these are not impacting on the site. In terms of the points regarding paragraph 9, in fact paragraph 9 actually is referring to the recommendation of the 2020 mission. So if you are changing now points in under this paragraph, you're actually changing the recommendations of the mission. So I think there would then be a need to also reformulate the wording, because the recommendations of the 2020 mission are documented and have been formulated like that. In terms of 9A, I think it is important that the objective, the long-term objective for this site is to restore the wildlife populations to the levels at the time of inscription. We are not saying that this is the level that would be required to take the site off the danger list, but I think at least this has to be the objective, because the OUV of the site is defined based on the time of inscription. And the point raised that there is impacts from climate change which led to migration, and that there is a report, an inventory that was done. I don't think this inventory of the Marsabit County has been submitted to us, so we can't really make comments on that. My final point is on the TSOC-R. I think it's important to reiterate that we have received indeed this revised draft, but as I mentioned in my presentation before, it has not been reviewed. at this stage by IUCN and the World Heritage Center, and I think this is, it's important that this review takes place for the committee to adopt a DSOC-R that is consensual between the state party, the advisory bodies, and the World Heritage Center. Thank you.
Thank you. The questions have been answered, and there have been no further requests from any member state, so we'll go to the decision para by para. Is there any objection for para 1? I see none. Para 2? I see no objection. Para 3? Is there any objection to para 3 as amended? Okay, we go to para 4. Belgium wants to keep the bottom part and Zambia wanted it cancelled. Can we have a consensus somewhere? Zambia, will you be able to do with what Belgium has requested?
Chair, maybe at this point, if it is possible, or is it okay that the state party of Kenya is allowed to elaborate on the same?
Why don't you ask them a specific question as suggested by the Secretariat?
So I'll go ahead to ask them a specific question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that good guidance. Kenya would like you to explain further the issues to do with the DSOC, because from our point of view, we don't seem to have a clear, that is, understanding in terms of what we have learned from your side and what we are getting from the advisory body. Thank you.
Thank you, Zambia. The State Party of Kenya, can you please take the floor to respond to that specific question? You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding these DSOC, as has been discussed here, we have held several discussions with the advisory body, IUCN, and the World Heritage Center. And it is our considered view that this document is complete. So that's why we would urge the committee to adopt the DSOC so that we can proceed with the work of working towards the removal of this site from the danger list. We have, as has been said, we have submitted this document twice to UNESCO, and in April 2024, our understanding was that was a final document that we were submitting. So we wonder now how long it can be that we discuss these documents since 2021, 22, 23, up to now, and we are still expected again to go back and revise it again. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Zambia, you have heard Kenya speak. Belgium, you have heard. So we would like to have a consensus on the text 4. Zambia is not willing to undelete its suggestion. Belgium, would you stick to your position, or would you remove your opposition to the deletion of the second part after listening to Kenya? Belgium?
Thank you, Chair. So, yeah, in order to reach a consensus, we can drop our objection, but we would like to have to reflect it in the report that we are concerned on this, and that it would be in the official record of the meeting. Thank you very much.
Mr. Rapporteur, please make note of that and mention it in the report. The next para, 5. Are there any objections to the suggestion by Zambia, Rwanda, and Senegal? I see none. Next para, 6. Are there any objections to para 6? I see none. Para 7, for which Japan, Italy, and the Republic of Korea had asked the rationale behind its deletion, and the State Party of Zambia had taken the floor to explain that the LAPSET corridor program is around 70 kilometers away from the property, but as IUCN mentioned, that there is a resort coming up on the shores of the lake. So, some private project. Does anyone have any objection to this deletion? Belgium, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. In addition to what was mentioned by the Center, we would like to propose to keep the second part of the para 7 in the text. So we are sure that if any individual project takes place, that it has that the foreseen procedure regarding environmental impact assessment is carried out like foreseen.
Zambia, the State Party of Zambia, would you agree to this suggestion by Belgium?
Mr. Chairman, from the State Party of Zambia's perspective, you know that any developmental project will have to be proceeded by an EIA. So in terms of EIA, it's not really an issue. So if we were to retain that at the end part for purposes of making sure that projects undergo an EIA, I think we're in support.
Okay, so please accept the Belgium suggestion, and I thank Zambia for their cooperative spirit. Undelete the last part. Yes, I know. The grammar spirit in the rapporteur is feeling uneasy, so I will definitely give you the floor, but after I have given the floor to Italy. You have the floor.
So just to thank you for the floor first, and if you can add our country in the list, Belgium, Zambia, and Italy. Thank you. We agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Your country is always in our heart. Thank you. I think Republic of Korea, you would also want to add your name to it, so please add ROK as well. And now I'll give the floor to the rapporteur. I think Rwanda, you would also like to add your name to it? No, you would not like to add your name to it. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We really wish to keep as deleted at first for the following reason. Lake Turkana Resort City is outside the national park, hence outside the purview of the OUV. So this was the reasoning behind the deletion of the para. Thank you.
Yes, but this is regarding specific individual projects. That is what the Zambian delegate very intelligently analyzed it. This says very specifically, and that's what was the intention of the Belgium as well. So because Zambia is supporting it, otherwise they would not be supporting it. So would you like to go along with Zambia for consensus?
For now, I will abstain.
Okay. Thank you for not opposing. Japan, you have the floor.
Yeah. Also, Japan, could you add our name to? Yeah.
Please add Japan's name. Now, Belgium, Zambia, Italy, Republic of Korea, and Japan have, a number of states have proposed this, and any other state would like to join. Lebanon, you have the floor. You want your name also added?
Yes, please.
Okay, please add Lebanon's name. So there is no opposition to this. Now I will give the floor to the rapporteur to make it grammatically correct. Mr. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La phrase me semble correcte, je voulais juste m'assurer, et l'équipe de rédacteurs a très intelligemment repéré ceci, que nous parlions bien d'une prière instante de l'État partie. Donc, prie instamment l'État partie de veiller à ce que l'impact potentiel de tout projet individuel qui serait préjudiciable pour la VU soit évalué au moyen de IES, etc., etc. Mais ça me paraît correct. Merci.
All right. India, you'd also like your name added to it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Yes, we would also like to be added.
All right. Para number 7, which was striked out, you will unstrike the number 7, so the numberings will change now. Okay, now we go to para 8. There is no change there. Are there any objections? I see none. We go to para 9, which has been striked out. To Japan, Italy, and Republic of Korea had asked a question to which the delegate of Zambia had responded to it. Is it okay if para 9 remains striked out? I see no opposition to that. Please go next to the next para. Is there any objection to 9A? Yes, Belgium, you have the floor.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, to take the floor again. I would like to propose to keep the sentence as was put initially, and part that says restore, so to keep it as restore wildlife populations and property back to the levels present at the time of inscription, since that should effectively be the aim of the management. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Kazakhstan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, we would like to commend the hard work being done by the state party in dialogue and the interaction with the IUCN and the World Heritage Center to safeguard this important site. We have a small question and amendment concerning not an amendment, but a question concerning 9, but not A, but above it, where we have all of the recommendations. If I can say it now, we believe that maybe having all of the recommendations is a bit of redundant, because otherwise it's not recommendation. Recommendations are those that are accepted by, in our case, state parties on a voluntary basis, and if we have all of them, that means a request, not a recommendation. So we would like probably to be added to the list of supporters of this small change. Thank you.
So there is no objection to the beginning of para 9, but there is an issue with 9A. We only have about 3 minutes of time left, so I will keep 9A pending. So put 9A in brackets. Put 9A, entire para in brackets, because we'll come back to it tomorrow. Is there any objection to 9B? I see none. We go to 9C. Is there any objection to para 9C, the strikeout called by Zambia? I see no objection. We go to 9D and 9E. Are there any objections to 9D and E? There is none. We go to 9F. Create a buffer zone to the property, taking into consideration other critical. Is there any objection to 9F? I see none. We go to para 10. Are there any objections to para 10? I see none. We go to para 11 and 12. Are there any objections to para 11 and 12? I see none. Now we go back to para 9A. So that's the only part where there is no consensus. Belgium wants to keep the original, but Zambia, Rwanda, and Senegal, Zambia specifically, can you live with the Belgium suggestion? Develop a site-specific biodiversity plan to conserve and protect wild. to restore wildlife populations in the property back to the levels present at the time of inscription of the property. Zambia, would you accept the Belgium suggestion to keep this as a whole so that we can adopt this decision? You have the floor, Zambia. Please, quick.
Mr. Chairman, at this point it's a bit difficult for us to say we go by Belgium's suggestion. A reason being that as it is now, we don't know whether at the time we have proper, baseline information in terms of populations in the property at the time of inscription. So we don't just want to give that is to support Belgium on a baseless that is perspective. Thank you.
I suggest, because there is no consensus, so I'm going to adjourn for the day, and I request Zambia and Belgium to kindly discuss this. Belgium, you have the floor.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So we understand that the feasibility maybe is a bit difficult, and so we can proceed as we did before, that we have it reflected also in the report, and that we then just...
Thank you. The rapporteur, please make a note of the Belgium request, and editors, please remove the Belgium suggestion. Now, is there any objection to adopting the whole decision, the draft decision as a whole? Please scroll down. I see none. This decision is adopted as amended. Thank you very much. I would like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about this property. I see none. Let's proceed then. Dear colleagues, we have now reached the end of our afternoon session. We will resume at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning the examination of item 7A, State of Conservation Reports of Properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in Danger. We will start with the reports of the 3 cultural World Heritage properties located in the Europe and North American region, opened for discussion this morning by Kazakhstan. The Secretariat has already published the updated list of State of Conservation reports open for discussion, document inf.7.rev.3, and will shortly circulate a revised calendar for their examination. I will also remind all Bureau members of our 3rd meeting at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow in the Summit Room on Level 2. And before I bid you a good evening, I will give the floor to your most favorite person, Director of the WHC. You have the floor.
Thank you, sir. I understand also that the delegation of India would like to quickly take the floor. So just to let you know that for tonight, 2 side events will take place. The first event is organized by the host country, India, more specifically, especially the Archaeological Survey of India, entitled Archaeology and Epic in the Light of New Researches, from 6 p.m., that is immediately now, in room MR6. So I invite you to be present. And the second one is organized by UNESCO on marine heritage, entitled Monitoring Climate Impact Through Citizen Science Environmental DNA. It also starts at 6 p.m. now in room MR19. Good evening to all, and see you tomorrow.
Yes, but I have not let you go. India, you want to make some housekeeping or some announcements? You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, there is a small announcement. I would request my colleague to make these announcements from the podium. Thank you, Chair.
A very good evening to the esteemed dignitaries on the dais and our esteemed delegates of the dais. I have 2 special announcements to make. The first announcement is for those going for the excursion to Qutub Minar. The vehicle will be parked in front of hall number 14, Incredible India Exhibition Hall at 6:20 p.m. That is 5 minutes from now, so you may proceed for the same. For the pickup and walk to the Qutub Complex illuminated tour. And the second announcement, in which we invite you to unwind in our relaxing Ayurveda pavilion, centrally located in hall number 14, offering therapeutic treatments, VR tours, AI solutions for Ayurveda. Experience ancient wisdom through modern innovations, from expert consultations and AI-based pulse diagnostics to immersive meditation pods. indulge in premium therapies and rejuvenating Ayurveda treatments. And don't miss this unique opportunity to explore how tradition meets technology. Please join us in hall number 14 for a transformative journey to a holistic wellness. Thank you very much. Wish you a good evening.
Thank you, and indeed wish you a good evening. See you tomorrow. This meeting is adjourned.